ahead and open it up for public comment. But before I do that, Mr. City Attorney, can you summarize 10A before I go into public comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Actually, I think I should read it out. It's a bit long, but let me do so. So this is a 10A, and it reads as follows, and it's a motion by you. Instruct City Attorney to amend the draft right to recall and citywide worker retention ordinances with following changes. First, amend both ordinances to apply to employers of hospitality workers, property management service workers, and airport workers as defined below. A, hospitality to include hotels, defined as a residential building that is designated for use as lodging and or other related services for the public, contains 50 or more guest rooms, or earned gross receipts in 2019 exceeding $5 million. For purposes of these ordinances, hotels include restaurants physically on hotel premises, whether owned or operated by hotel or contracted, leased, or sublet by a restaurant operator. Event centers, defined as publicly or privately owned structures of more than 50,000 square feet or 1,000 seats, that is used for the purposes of public performances, sporting events, business meetings, or other similar events, and including but not limited to concert halls, stadiums, sports arenas, racetracks, coliseums, and convention centers. B, airport employer, defined as any employer that is required to comply with the living wage ordinance in LA Administrative Code section 10.37, excluding airlines and employers that have entered into the concessionaire or non-concessionaire rental car services agreements. C, a commercial property defined as a non-residential property, including but not limited to offices, retail spaces, shopping centers, and industrial buildings. An owner or a contractor / subcontractor of an owner of a commercial building that employs 25 or more janitorial, maintenance, and security service workers. Second, remove the urgency clause from both ordinances. Third, amend the collective bargaining agreement language in both ordinances as follows. A collective bargaining agreement in place on the effective date of this article that contains a right of recall / retention provision shall supersede the provisions of this article. When the collective bargaining agreement expires or is otherwise open for renegotiation, the provisions of this article may only be expressly waived if the waiver is explicitly set forth in the agreement in clear and unambiguous terms. If a collective bargaining agreement is in place on the effective date of this article, but the agreement does not include a right of recall / retention provision, this article applies. A collective bargaining agreement may be amended at any time to explicitly waive with clear and unambiguous terms the provisions of this article. Fourth, amend the right to recall ordinance to incorporate 4 and 5 in the CLA report. Fifth, amend the right to recall ordinance to change the time limit in which a laid-off worker must respond to the notice of recall opportunity from 10 days to 5 business days. Sixth, amend the right to recall ordinance to add sales to the worker retention definition in section 200.31E. Finally, instruct the Office of Wage Standards, the OWS, of the Bureau of Contract Administration to promulgate rules and regulations that will be updated when necessary, consistent with these ordinances and other related ordinances when applicable for further clarification. The rules and regulations to be posted on the wagesla.lacity.org website. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. We're going to go ahead and do 15 minutes of public comment on item 10A. We're going to take the first speaker. Speaker, are you there?
Hello?
Hi, you want to speak on item 10A? You have 1 minute.
I want to speak on a different item. Am I limited to 10A?
We're only, we have closed comment for the rest of the items on the agenda. We're only taking up item 10A. because we have several amendments, so that's why we had to open public comment again. So I'm only taking public comment for item 10A.
Right, and just for clarification, any of the other amendments that were spoken about by the members prior to the recess to item 10 can be discussed as well.
So, ma'am, what is your name? Are you speaking on items 10A? If not, I have to move on to a different speaker.
No, I wanted to speak on item number 58 and 61.
That's already been voted on. Thank you. We need to move on to the next speaker. Next speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there? Hello?
Excuse me?
Hello?
Hello?
You want to speak on item 10A?
10.
¿Necesita traductor?
Sí.
Ok, un momentito, deme su nombre. Y tiene
Mi
un
nombre es Jesús Arriola.
Ok, tiene un minuto para hablar. Comience.
Ok. Hola, buenas tardes. Yo soy Jesús Arriola. Yo trabajé por mucho tiempo en el Chatú Marmón. Y de un momento a otro fuimos despedidos. Y ocupamos que nos puedan ayudar como una ley que nos pueda restablecer para nuestro trabajo para atrás otra vez de nuevo. Que nos garantice. Porque ahí también trabajaba mi hijo y los dos estamos desempleados, estamos igual. Él tiene 2 hijos, yo tengo 3 hijos. Y trabajando donde mismo y pues, estamos preocupados. A ver si podían hacer algo de pasar esta ley que nos pudiera ayudar a garantizar el trabajo para regresar a trabajar otra vez. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, señor.
Muchas gracias.
Adiós.
Con el trabajo para atrás otra vez de nuevo.
Okay, next speaker.
Que nos garantice. Porque ahí también trabajaba mi hijo y los dos estamos
Next speaker, are you there?
Hello?
Hi.
Yes.
You want to speak on item 10A?
Yes, I did. This
Okay,
is Maria Salinas, President and CEO of the LA Area Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to speak here. I wanted to share a few comments related to item 10. The Chamber represents the entire Los Angeles region and employers that are dealing with this COVID-19. And I hear from businesses every single day of the struggles they have to keep their doors open and to maximize their cash flow so that they can survive. We're working with these businesses every day to ensure that we can empower them so that they can keep those doors open. I appreciate the efforts of this council to bring forward policies to support Angelenos and the workers and businesses here in the city. But some of these worker protections depend on the fact that there's a job there and that businesses can be open so that those jobs exist there. We believe that the
Mrs.
items
Salinas,
in item 10...
your time is up. I need you to just please wrap it up. Your minute is up on this item.
I just wanted to say that we need to consider what the economy is going to look like post-COVID-19. Employers are going to be looking at a different economy, and they need to be able to have the flexibility so that they can deal with their workers and bring them on board and consider what type of things that those workers need to have in place.
Okay, thank you. Next caller, are you there? Caller, are you there? Okay, next speaker.
Hello?
Hello, what is your name? And you're speaking on item 10A.
Yes, my name is Alan Sanchez,
Okay, go ahead.
and I work for Mr. C Beverly Hills. I worked for Mr. C for about 8 years. And I got fired because of the situation after working 8 years there, and they didn't promise me, anything to come back to work. They just paid me my last check, and that's it. Mr. C has about 137 rooms.
Okay, is that it?
The next speaker.
Okay, thank
Hello?
you.
Hello, what is your name and your speaker?
Thank
Hello?
you, sir. Yes, what is your name?
Hello?
Yes, we're listening. What is your name and you're speaking
Oh
on item
yes,
10A?
this is Aaron. This is Aaron Taxi, Director of Government Affairs for the Building Owners and Managers Association, Greater Los Angeles. I want to first of all second everything that Maria Salinas just said, and in addition to that, raise concern over the provision over commercial office spaces employing 25 or more janitorial workers. I fully respect the intention of the provision. However, I urge the council to consider the broader ramifications of this in reopening the building. And as long as it takes to delay and limit a building operator's ability to build their staff back up, and especially janitorial staff that's responsible for keeping things sanitary in the aftermath of this crisis, it will inhibit the ability of the businesses that occupy the building to do so safely and ramp up their productivity immediately. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you for all of your hard work.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Next speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there? Okay, let's move on to the next speaker. Speaker, are you there? Next speaker.
Hi, I need translator, please.
Hello, you need translation?
Yes, please.
Ok, un momentito. Ok, deme su nombre.
Gracias.
Deme su
Sí,
nombre.
Raquel Escama.
Ok, tiene un minuto para hablar. Comience.
Sí, gracias. Sí, mi nombre es Raquel Escama. Yo trabajé en Mr. C Hotel. Es un hotel de 137 habitaciones y por favor queremos su apoyo para que pasen esta ley, para que podamos regresar a nuestros trabajos porque fuimos despedidos. Gracias.
Ok, gracias. Okay, next speaker. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Buenas tardes.
¿Necesita traducción?
No.
Okay. You have, please state your name, and you have 1 minute to speak on this item, item 10A.
Hi, my name is Miriam Bautista. I was working for Mr. C. I worked there for more than 4 years. And please help us to have you, hello,
Yes, we
to
can hear
keep
you.
our job. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Continue.
Okay, please, can help us to keep our job? Did you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am. You need to continue to speak. Your time is running out.
Oh, that because I lost my job since the COVID-19 starting. Please help us to keep our job, and that's all I can say.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the next speaker. Speaker, are you there?
Hi.
Hi. Your
Yes,
name?
I'm here.
Your name, please. You're speaking on item 10A.
My name is Mary. I'm calling on behalf of my father, who works at a dry cleaning company located in Beverly Hills and Mid-City. He has been laid off, and he is unsure of whether or not he will have a job after this crisis ends. I am imploring the council to vote in favor of the thousands of low-income employees who have dedicated their lives to these companies and have an uncertain future ahead of themselves. My dad makes $14 an hour, and he has been working for this company for over 20 years. And it's unthinkable that this is the kind of treatment he's getting on top of an uncertain future after the pandemic ends. So I plead with you to please take this into consideration and think of the constituents who are being impacted right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes.
Hello?
Hello? Yes.
Yeah, let me have your name. You have 1 minute to speak on item 10A.
Okay, my name is Vilma Polanco.
Okay, continue. You have 1
Hello?
minute. Yes, continue. We can hear you. You have 1 minute to speak on the item.
Okay, my name is Vilma Polanco. I'm calling in regards that I worked at Mr. C Hotel for 7 years, and it has 137 rooms. I was laid off from work due to this pandemic without guarantee of returning, and I just want to let you know that I want and need my job back. I was hoping that you support these two laws for us to have a guarantee back to our work.
Hello?
That,
Yes.
yes?
Yes. Do you want to continue?
Yes, that would be it. If you
Okay.
could support the two laws.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
Next speaker.
Implementation plan meeting. That was first. I haven't been in any of the other ones, but I'm happy to. step in that
Speaker,
one.
please state your name.
Yeah?
Yes, state your
Yeah.
name. You're speaking on item
name is-
10A. You have 1 minute.
My name is Rana Gada, and I'm calling in regards to item 10.
Yes, please continue. You have 1 minute to speak on this item.
Sure. I'm representing the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce and our 840 members. First of all, I want to thank our council president and council members for your leadership and your efforts. We are heavily concerned about item 10, and we appreciate all the amendments and all the discussions that are happening. However, we feel that this policy is going to fail to provide the flexibility needed for businesses to adapt, consider the burden that they're already being placed on businesses, and to help them emerge from this economic crisis. Forced hiring is the most extreme burden on employers, as the requirement inhibits the employer's ability to manage their own business. The proposed amendment limiting the applicability exclusivity to hospitality workers threatened the financial solvency of our hotels, impacted
Okay, your time
by
is up.
this.
I'm sorry,
I
your
appreciate
time
it.
is up, ma'am. Thank you. We're going to take 2 more speakers. Next speaker, go ahead.
Buenas tardes.
¿Necesita
Mi nombre
traducción?
es Ale. Sí,
Un,
por favor.
un momentito, comience su nombre. Tiene
Good afternoon.
¿Tiene un minuto para hablar? Comience.
You have 1 minute to talk. Please start.
Sí, mi nombre es
Yes,
Alejandro
my
Robles.
name is Alexandro
Y
Robles,
trabajé
and I
10 años
work 10
en el
years
Hotel Chateau Marmont,
in Hotel Chateau
en
Marmont
Hollywood.
in Hollywood,
Y les pido que apoyen la
and
ordenanza
I
sobre
ask
el
you to
derecho a los
support
trabajadores
the right for
de
employees
retención de empleo
to retain their
en toda
jobs
la ciudad y garantía de
and
todas las crisis que termine sin temor
for all the
a
city and
represalias.
the crisis to finish without any fear, and do the necessary steps.
El Hotel Chateau Marmont
The Hotel
inicialmente
Chateau
nos
Marmont
dijo que podríamos mantener nuestro seguro
initially
de salud.
told
2
us to
días después
that we could keep
nos
our health
dijeron
insurance, and 2 days later they told us
nos seríamos despedidos sin seguro médico
that we were going
y
to
sin
be
ningún
fired
compromiso
without any
de
health
regresar a
insurance
nuestro trabajo.
and without any compromise to get back to work.
Okay,
Cuando
muchas
el hotel
gracias.
se recupere, este es
Señor,
el
gracias. Se
hotel
le,
que
se le
muchos
terminó
de
el
nosotros
tiempo. Gracias. We're going to take our last speaker.
que termine sin temor.
Okay, next speaker.
Hello?
Hello, can you state your name? You have 1 minute to speak on item 10A.
Hi, my name is Carla. I'm calling on behalf of my mother, who worked 20 years at the Chateau Marmont and recently got laid off during this pandemic. And we just urge you to help pass this law on not just on behalf of her and her coworkers, but of Angelinos who just lost their job with no guarantee of going back and how to survive after this pandemic ends. So I want to thank everybody there for hearing us out today, because this is something that's really crucial to everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That will conclude public comment on item 10A. Madam Clerk, we have a series of amending motions that were introduced. So why don't we go ahead and start with the first one?
Thank you, Madam President. And there will be 9 votes taken. The first vote is on amending motion Krikorian Lee. That motion stated to amend the right of recall ordinance, Article 4-72J-A, Section 200.31C, to delete the following sentence. This ordinance creates a rebuttable presumption that any termination occurring on or after March 4th, 2020 was due to a non-disciplinary reason.
Okay, let's go ahead and we're going to vote on each individual amending motion, Madam Clerk. So we're going to go ahead and call the roll on the first amending motion introduced by Mr. Krikorian and Mr. Lee. I'm asking for a no vote. Go ahead.
Blumenfield. Councilmember Blumenfield.
Sorry, this is the one that's the rebuttable presumption. I'm getting a little confused about which, and I couldn't hear you speaking.
Yes, this is to delete the sentence on the rebuttable presumption.
Can't hear them.
Most of us are having an issue hearing voices from the chamber.
I'll read motion Krikorian Lee again, and that was to amend the right of recall ordinance to delete the following sentence. The sentence that is being deleted says, this ordinance creates a rebuttable presumption that any termination occurring on or after March 4th, 2020 was due to a non-disciplinary reason.
Can I request a no vote on this amending motion? Can we please call the roll?
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, no.
Bonin.
Bonin, no.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, yes.
Cedillo.
Yes.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, no.
Weezer.
No.
Koretz.
Yes.
Krikorian.
Aye.
No.
Lee.
Yes.
Martinez.
No.
O'Farrell.
Yes.
Price.
No.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Root.
No.
Wesson.
Wesson, no.
What's the tally, Madam Clerk?
7 ayes, 8 noes. This amendment does not, this amendment fails.
Okay, let's move on to the next amendment. Do you want to read that into the record?
Yes, the next amendment is motion Koretz Buscaino. This was on Buscaino's original motion, and Mr. Koretz requested that the change be made from 30 days to 15 days. So the motion that's being voted on states that the draft ordinances include a provision that employees must provide written notice to the employer outlining alleged violation of the ordinance. Employer will have 15 days to cure violations before the employee has standing to bring cause of action.
Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll. I'm asking for a yes
Wait,
vote.
I'm having a very hard time hearing the anyone from Chambers. Can they repeat that one more time?
Hold on for just a second, Mr. Ru. Are we having technical issues where apparently they cannot hear us?
Well, actually, I can hear you fine, Madam Chair.
Okay,
It's
maybe
the,
we just need to get closer to the mic. Madam Clerk, can you just get closer to the mic?
Yes, I'll read the amending motion again, and that is
Much better.
good.
Staff here is wearing masks, so just be patient. Everybody, there's several of us in this room, and everybody has to wear a mask. So, and if just raise your hand instead of shouting into the mic.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, do you want to go ahead and get closer to the mic and repeat the second motion, amending motion? Thank you.
Yes. This is to amend the draft ordinances to include a provision that employees must provide written notice to the employer outlining alleged violation of the ordinance. Employer will have 15 days to cure violations before the employee has standing to bring cause of action.
Are you done? I'm requesting a yes vote on this amending motion. Let's go ahead and call the roll. Please begin.
Blumenfield.
Goodbye.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Blumenfield, was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Madam Clerk, just to confirm, was this the friendly amendment that I accepted for Mr. Koretz?
That
on
is
my initial
correct.
motion?
It is a friendly amendment that you accepted from Mr. Koretz early on, but we have to vote on this.
Wonderful.
We're gonna-
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Cedillo.
Yes.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Yes.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez. Councilmember Rodriguez, is that an aye?
Yes.
Okay. Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes. This amendment passes.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's move on to the third amending motion. This is by Mr. Lee, second by Mr. Buscaino. Please read that into the record.
Thank you, Madam President. And this has 3 sections to the motion. The first one is to eliminate language that identifies a qualified worker as one that can perform the job with additional training. 2, change the time limit in which a laid-off worker must respond to the notice of recall opportunity from 10 days to 48 hours and provide later priority to those who respond between 48 hours and 10 days. And number 3 is to eliminate language which would allow punitive damages to be awarded to a laid-off worker if an employer violates this ordinance.
Okay, thank you. I'm requesting a no vote on this amending motion. Please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Point of order, please. Those are 3 separate subjects. I understood those to be 3 separate motions that should be taken up separately.
You want to do that?
Maybe Mr. Lee should speak to that, but.
Sure.
No, when we submitted them, I expected all these different amendments to be voted individually.
Okay, no problem. We can do that. We can bifurcate them for you. No problem.
Okay.
So,
All right. So
let's go ahead and vote on the first. There's 3. So go ahead and read the first one, take the vote, and then move on to the second one.
All right, for the first one would be eliminate language that identifies a qualified worker as one that can perform the job with additional training.
Okay, we're voting on that. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Blumenfield.
No.
Just to confirm, Councilmember Blumenfield, that is a no?
Yes.
Okay, Blumenfield, no. Bonin.
Bonin, no.
Buscaino.
Yes.
Cedillo.
No.
Harris Dawson.
No.
Weezer.
No.
Koretz.
No.
Krikorian.
No.
Councilmember Krikorian, just to confirm your vote again, sir?
No.
Okay. Lee.
Yes.
Martinez.
No.
O'Farrell.
Yes.
Price.
No.
Rodriguez.
No.
Root.
No.
Wesson.
Wesson, no.
Okay, let's move on to the second. Part of his
Item
amending motion.
number, the vote for the first of Mr. Lee's amendment failed. 3 ayes, 12 noes.
Okay, thank you, Ned. Now let's move on to his second amending motion.
And the second amending motion is to change the time limit in which a laid-off worker must respond to the notice of recall opportunity from 10 days to 48 hours and provide later priority to those who respond between 48 hours and 10 days.
Okay, point of clarification, my motion changes that to 5 days. I just wanted to make that clear. Okay, I'm requesting a no vote on this as well. Go ahead and open the roll.
Blumenfield.
No.
Bonin.
Bonin, no.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Oh, there we are.
Cedillo.
No.
Harris Dawson.
No.
Weezer.
No.
Koretz.
No. No.
Krikorian.
No.
Lee.
Yes.
Martinez.
No.
O'Farrell.
No.
Price.
No.
Rodriguez. Councilmember Rodriguez, just to confirm your vote, please.
No.
Did I win?
Okay, that was a no. Root.
No.
Wesson.
Wesson, no.
This amendment fails
Okay.
2-13.
Okay, let's move on to the last of Mr. Lee's motion, amending motion.
Yes, this is his amending motion 3 that states eliminate language which would allow punitive damages to be awarded to a laid-off worker if an employer violates this ordinance.
Okay, I'm requesting a no vote on this as well. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, no.
Bonin.
Bonin, no.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo.
No.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, no.
Weezer.
No.
Koretz.
No.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
No.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Mr. O'Farrell, that was an aye. Okay.
Yes.
Price.
No.
Rodriguez.
No.
Root.
No.
Wesson.
Wesson, no.
11. This amendment fails. 4 ayes, 11 noes.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can we move on to the next amending motion? This was introduced by Mr. Krikorian and seconded by Mr. Koretz.
And this amending motion reads that amend both ordinances attorney's fees provisions, Article 4-72-B, Section 200.44.B, and Article 4-72-A, Section 200.33.A.4, to state that the court shall award reasonable attorney's fees and costs to an employee who prevails in any such enforcement action, and to an employer who prevails and obtains a court determination that the employee's lawsuit was frivolous. This is consistent with LAAC 10.37.6B.
I'm asking for an aye vote. Let's go ahead and open the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Yes.
Cedillo.
Yes.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes, this amendment passes.
Okay, let's move on to the next amending motion introduced by Mr. Buscaino and seconded by Ms. Rodriguez.
This motion states to amend the draft ordinance to define hotels to include only hotels with 150 or more guest rooms, consistent with the definition of hotel in the citywide hotel worker minimum wage ordinance.
Okay, I'm requesting a no vote on this amending motion. Go ahead and open the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, no.
Bonin.
Bonin, no.
Buscaino.
Yes.
Cedillo.
No.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, no.
Weezer.
No.
Koretz.
No.
Krikorian.
No.
Lee.
Yes.
Martinez.
No.
O'Farrell.
Yes.
Price.
No.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rue.
No.
Wesson.
Wesson, no.
This amendment fails. 4 ayes, 11 noes.
Okay, Madam Clerk, what's next?
Next is another motion, Buscaino Rodriguez. This motion states that an economic impact study be conducted and completed to inform the permanent worker retention and right to recall ordinances.
Okay, I'm requesting an aye vote on this amending motion. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes, this amendment passes.
Madam Clerk, what's next?
Madam President, there were two friendly amendments made to your written motion 10A. The first one was from Councilmember Koretz to amend language in section 200.32A. It was to add language in the order of priority, and the last sentence with the greatest length of service in 1 and then 2. The second friendly amendments were made by Mr. O'Farrell. Those were to amend the right to recall ordinance to incorporate 5 in the CLA report, with an addition to allow employers to notify laid-off qualified workers of recall opportunities by text message as well. And the second was to add clarifying language that bars, nightclubs, cafes, coffee houses, wine testing bars are not subject to this ordinance.
Okay, if there are no objections, I will go ahead and accept those friendly amendments. And see no objection? So ordered. Go ahead and tell me what's next.
The next vote is on 10A as amended by the amending motions that were adopted earlier.
Okay, let's go ahead and open the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, aye.
Weezer.
Yes.
Kuretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes, 10A passes as amended.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
And this is the final item on number 10, and that is to adopt 10 as amended by 10A.
Let's go ahead and open the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Kuretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes. This matter passes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we're going to move on to item 66. We do have a technical amendment on this item, but I do just want to say, members, before us is a motion that I introduced with Councilmember Wesson to create a COVID-19 emergency renters relief program and a report from HCID on the program. The City Council took swift action that we put in place an eviction moratorium that provides tenants up to 12 months to pay back their rent. So today's vote on this motion and report will ensure that our families that are already struggling to pay their rent and are living paycheck to paycheck have some access to money to be able to repay their rent after COVID-19 and this crisis is over. So I also want to thank Mr. O'Farrell. You introduced a motion today to move $1 million from your funds to grow this program. Thank you, sir. Mr. Wesson, you've also contributed from your discretionary funds to do the same thing. I've contributed $1 million from my discretionary fund to get this program off the ground. By approving today's report, we not only allow HCID to move forward with creating this application process, but we will also be able to establish a fund to accept donations to this program. So I hope that you will join me in approving this motion today. Mr. Price, you had Did you want to say something,
Yes.
Mr. Price, before I
did.
before I
did,
call on
Madam
Mr.
President.
Cervantes?
Thank you very much for your leadership on this issue. I certainly support it totally. I think it's the kind of program that we need to support our renters. Because I own real property, however, in the city attorney has advised that I should recuse myself from this vote, and I'm doing so at this time.
Very
Thank you.
well. Thank you. We'll take you off the board. Mr. Cervantes, did you want to go ahead and make your technical amendment? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Cervantes, before you do that, I have Mr. Krikorian on the queue. I've got to go to him first. Mr. Krikorian?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. Because I also own rental property in the city of Los Angeles, I'll be recusing myself from this matter.
Thank you very much. So we've got Mr. Price and Mr. Krikorian who've got to recuse themselves. Mr. Cervantes, are you ready?
Before Mr. Cervantes says that, if Mr. Price and Mr. Krikorian would just remove themselves from the video picture, that would be helpful.
Mr. Price and Mr. Krikorian, we need you to remove yourselves from the video picture at this time.
They're off. I believe Mr.
They're off. Thank you.
Krikorian is just
Mr. Cervantes, back to you, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the council. Before you is HCID's response to the council president and Councilman Wesson's motion to create a program similar to the emergency rental assistance program that was done back at the end of the calendar year in preparation for State Assembly Bill 1482 taking effect on January 1st. We are seeking several actions and per the instruction of the motion, one of which will be to carry out a program that we will describe here shortly that will also be part of the component of a citywide eviction defense program. We're also looking for a recommendation to have the city attorney draft an ordinance that will establish an emergency rental assistance subsidy program fund to accept private donations for this program. We are also asking authority to transfer the 1.15 million, consisting of $1 million that Council President Martinez identified, as well as 150,000 that Councilman Wesson identified, and it sounds like we've got potentially others that are going to be added to this set of recommendations. Lastly, there is a technical amendment relative to we're seeking authority to enter into an agreement with the Southern California Housing Rights Center to help administer this program. So with that, I'm going to read in this clarifying amending ordinance. I'm just going to read it verbatim. I move that the matter of the motion, Martinez-Wesson, relative to the COVID-19 Emergency Renters Relief Program, item 66 on today's council agenda, be amended to 1, adopt the Housing Community Investment Department report dated April 20th, 2020, with the following new recommendation D1 in lieu of recommendation D1 in the HCID report as follows. D1 shall read, execute an amendment to City Contract C, as in Charlie, -134129 with the Southern California Housing Rights Center to increase the contract by an amount not to exceed $10 million to be supported by the $1.15 million from the AB 1290 fund and future private donations received. Amend the contract scope of services to include the administration of COVID-19 Emergency Rental Assistance Subsidy Program, and C, extend the term of the contract through December 31st, subject to the approval of the city attorney as to form. And you will note that the fact that as we are requesting an amount of $10 million for the contract up to that amount, that will enable HCID to be able to reallocate funds that are collected from the fundraising and donated into this aforementioned fund. We can transfer that to the Southern California Housing Rights Center to continue to expand the program and offer those services. With that, Madam President, I can go into detail as far as what the program design is. I'll defer to you if you'd like me to go in brief detail about the program.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cervantes. Mr. Rue?
Madam President, I think I have to recuse myself from this vote as well. So I think it's a great program, but I have to recuse myself from this vote.
All right, very well. You also need to remove yourself from the video footage at this time. I think we're going to be prepared to vote. Madam Clerk? Let's go ahead and vote on item 66.
Yes, Madam
For
President.
the record, Mr. Price, Mr. Krikorian, and Mr. Rue have recused themselves. So let's go ahead and open the roll.
Blumenfield.
Bloomfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Emergency rent relief.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes. I can't hear.
Koretz.
Yes.
Councilmember Krikorian is recused. Next is Lee.
Aye.
Here we go.
Martinez.
Yes.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Councilmember Price is recused. Next is Rodriguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Rue is recused. Next is Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
12 ayes. This matter passes.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, we're going to move on to items 37, 38, and 39. We're going to go ahead and take those items together. Mr. Cervantes, thank you very much for your patience and your help on putting our Renters Relief Fund together. Appreciate your patience this afternoon. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and take up these three items together. Okay, Mr. Bonner, you call these items specials. Would you like to speak?
Yes, thanks, Madam President, and thank you, colleagues.
Sorry, Madam President. Excuse me, Mr. Bonner. I'm sorry. I think Mr. Price and I both were going to speak for purposes of at least I was, for purposes of indicating that for the same reasons as stated earlier, items 37, 38, and 39, I will need to recuse myself from this matter.
Okay,
from these matters.
Okay, very well. Mr. Price.
Sorry, Mr. Bonnet, excuse me.
Thanks.
Yeah, Madam President.
Go ahead.
I too just want to thank you again and my colleagues for enacting certainly one of the strongest tenant protection laws in our area. And I just want you to know that I think that our focus needs to also be on educating tenants. In fact, I'm going to be hosting a virtual renters town hall on the 30th to provide information about the rights and responsibilities. I know my colleagues have hosted similar events. I applaud them for their efforts. I also appreciate the work of HCID in helping to get the word out. I have been advised by the city attorney, however, that I cannot vote on these items because I do own some property. But I just want to go on record expressing my support for all efforts that we're taking to protect tenants during this emergency. And I look forward to supporting this effort later.
Any other members? Mr. Price, I need you to also remove yourself from our video footage.
I think he is. He's just frozen.
Either that or he's
It's okay.
yeah.
Okay, anyone else need to recuse themselves? Mr. Rue, you're good?
No, you guys shut my video off. Can you turn it back on?
Yeah, are you recusing yourself from these items?
No, I am not.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bonnet, I'm going to go back to you.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, colleagues. We have before us right now three different items.
a proposed rent freeze, which Mr. Rue will speak to, a renewed discussion of an eviction moratorium in Los Angeles, and a proposal to classify the rental debt that is accumulated by renters during this period of time as not subject to an unlawful detainer or an eviction afterwards. I want to ask first that we frame this in our minds, not as a tenant versus landlord issue, but as a public health issue. Because the reason behind this, and the reason we have the ability to do everything we discussed in this segment of the council meeting today, is because of the COVID-19 public health crisis, because the state of emergency the governor has put in place and the state safer at home order the mayor has put in place. The object is to keep people at home. And that's what this is about. Is about helping us and helping tenants achieve that goal and that public health imperative. The subject of the eviction was discussed a couple weeks ago in this council, and it's unusual for it to have been brought back. And I did so because I think there were two things that we've learned since the last discussion. One is in the last discussion, we had a disagreement about the necessity to take action because of the different expectations of the impact on renters and evictions of the actions that we were taking simultaneously. And the second is because of the legal advice we got. And I'll just say that last time, some of the information we were given was just flat out factually wrong. And some of the information we've been given by counsel since then is just plain wrong as well. On the practical impact of this, since we have taken our prior actions, across the city, residents are still being told that they are being evicted, and they do not know if what they are being told is legal or not. There are some property owners and some big landlords who are gaming the system, and they're doing it because they can, because the system is confusing enough to do so. There's a lack of clarity that causes fear and confusion. What we're seeing, and many of you have heard the same complaints, is landlords are demanding documentation, which they're not supposed to be doing, and they are refusing some of it. They are strong-arming tenants into making payment plans before they even know when they'll be going back to work. They are demanding that tenants sign over in advance their federal stimulus checks. They are leaving notices on doors and they're threatening lockouts. They're not responding when tenants get back to them. I have a big property management company in my district that has sent out guidance to their employees. Be empathetic, but if they ain't paying the rent, please serve the 3-day notice to pay or quit. And when they do that, some of these landlords are saying, you should talk to the landlord about it. So they're asking tenants to engage in a legal proceeding without lawyers with the landlords. We are, because of the fact that evictions can still be served, we are facing, as soon as this pandemic is over and the window closes, a tidal wave of eviction proceedings. And public interest lawyers are already swamped. And so the need still exists, and what we put in place has not been adequate to the moment. On the legal issue, when we first discussed this, we were told by the city attorney's office that we were not allowed to do this, that we didn't need to do it, and that we should not do it. And part of their reasoning was that they said the governor did not allow it. Well, when he announced his second executive order, Governor Newsom said, this is point one, that the order, quote, does not preempt any local ordinances that go deeper or farther, but it is an overlay for the entire state of California. His executive order of March 16, in fact, stated, quote, any provision of state law that would preempt or otherwise restrict a local government's exercise of its police power, that would preempt or otherwise restrict a local government's exercise of its police power to impose substantive limitations on residential or commercial evictions is not prohibited by his action. A few weeks later, the governor's Business, Consumer Services, and Housing Agency published guidance for city and county government that explicitly says, quote, nor does the executive order prohibit a city or county from imposing an absolute limitation on all evictions. And if you don't believe the governor, you might want to actually believe the California Apartment Association, because in their FAQ to tenants, they also stated the governor's order does not preempt local eviction moratoria. Our city attorney would argue that there is no rational basis for taking this action. But as we have been told, many of you have seen the excellent letter from a number of public interest and civil rights law firms. In the Birkenfield versus City of Berkeley case, we were told that unless there is an absence of even a debatable, rational basis that an ordinance serves as a reasonable means of counteracting harms and dangers to public health and welfare, that ordinance must stand. There is clearly a debatable, rational basis, because we have debated this repeatedly. And there is certainly an argument to be made that there are reasonable means of counteracting harms and dangers to public health and welfare through this action, which would make it easier for people to stay at home. There is a significant government interest, despite what our city attorney says, in ensuring housing stability and preventing homelessness during this crisis. Despite what our city attorney has said, the emergency powers in the California Emergency Services Act is quite clear that we are empowered to enact under this emergency ordinance, once the mayor has declared his state of emergency, orders and regulations necessary to comply with public health orders. And this is about helping people comply with public health orders. There are other arguments of the city attorney I'll be happy to rebut if someone brings them up. I should also note, though, that other cities have done this same thing. Oakland has done this. Santa Monica has done this. San Mateo has done this. Alameda County has done this. It has been done throughout the state in other cities. It is something that we have seen since April 1, and we will see in even deeper degrees on May 1st, that we should do to protect tenants. And it is absolutely something, despite the guidance of our city attorney, that we are empowered to do and should do. And there is plenty of legal examples that I can continue pointing to provide that evidence. So I would ask that we move forward on these items today, and happy to talk more as questions come up.
Thank you, Mr. Bonner. And Mr. Michelson?
Well, good afternoon, council members. David Michelson, Office of the City Attorney. With all due respect to Councilmember Bonin, who we have admiration for, there was quite a bit in what he said that just frankly is not accurate. But let me say the following and try to be precise as I can be. First, the city attorney recognizes these are obviously unprecedented times for everyone, tenants and property owners alike. I think anyone who's seen the work that our office has done will know that the city attorney's office has worked very hard to support the council and the mayor by providing timely legal advice and giving city policymakers as much legal leeway as possible. We respect that the council is the legislative body for the city, and the council members obviously have difficult decisions to make. It's our job to provide the best legal advice possible to the city policymakers and to call balls and strikes. That's what we do. We do not write opinions. We do not provide legal advice that favors tenants, that favors property owners. Our advice only is designed to provide the best quality legal guidance we can give to the city municipal entity, the mayor, the city council, and all the departments and offices. And we did that this last Friday in a confidential report that we submitted, again, this past Friday, that addressed a number of significant legal concerns and potential liability that the city could be exposed to with respect to some parts of these three motions. Let me be clear, most of the legal concerns can be overcome if and only if the governor or the legislature suspend applicable state law. And I'm going to get a little more into that here in just a second. But let me also be clear. If today the city council nonetheless wants to adopt some or all of these motions, that is the city council's prerogative. And if that's what the council does, the city attorney will do his job, and our office's lawyers will do their job and provide ordinances. Now, Councilmember Bonin mentioned a 12-page memo that we had received thanks to a couple of council offices giving us the courtesy of sending it to us last night, written by public counsel. We've had a chance to go through it, even though we received it late last night. And as I mentioned, Mr. Bonin has alluded to it and actually quoted from it somewhat liberally. Let me first say this. I am sure the people who wrote this memo mean well, and I know that they're passionate for the constituencies that they are trying to support, which are the tenants in the city. And it's important that the tenants have a voice. But let's be clear. These are not lawyers who are calling balls and strikes, which is what our office does. These are lawyers who, by design, are providing a memo to support the tenant's perspective on this. And again, the tenants need a voice. But it's very important everyone takes this memo with that in mind. And I want to make now a specific point, because I'm not going to go blow by blow through the public counsel memo. But what I'm about to show you will highlight what I said a minute ago, that it's important to understand the perspective of the authors of this motion and where they're coming from. And Mr. Bonin alluded to what I'm about to mention. If you, for instance, take a look at page 5, you'll see that in this memo, it says, again on page 5, the governor explicitly suspended, and the author quotes, presumably out of the governor's order, any provision of state law that would preempt or otherwise restrict a local government's exercise of its police powers to impose substantive limitations on residential or commercial evictions. And the author stops there. So if you just read that sentence, you will absolutely walk away thinking, well, good news, the governor has cleared the deck, suspended all the state law that might get in the way of local governments, and therefore local governments can pass whatever aggressive eviction moratoriums they may want to. Here's the problem. The author left words out. That very sentence, the author left out at the end of that sentence, this, as described in subparagraphs little 1 and little 2 below. Subparagraphs little 1 and little 2 below clearly show that the governor was restricting his suspension of state law only in the instance where a tenant cannot pay rent due to COVID-19 reasons. And if you doubt that, there's actually an additional sentence that the author left out in the same paragraph. The author left out this sentence, again in the same paragraph. This paragraph, again, I'm quoting now the governor's own order, shall only apply to the imposition of limitations on evictions when that basis for the eviction is the non-payment of rent or foreclosure arising out of a substantial decrease in household or business income caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. So it's so critical to understand that it's not just that sentence that the author of this memo wrote. It's the other words that were left out in that same sentence, by the way, and also you have to take into consideration the final sentence the governor put in his order. So I'm not doing this to try to be critical to the motivations of those who wrote the memo. Again, I think they mean well, but they're coming at it from a perspective of the clients and the constituencies they work with and that they support, which are tenants. Again, the city attorney's office has great sympathies for tenants out there. But we're just calling balls and strikes, as I said earlier. Our only client happens to be the mayor, the city council, and the other offices and departments within the city. And I don't want to have an argument back and forth. That is our advice. We stand by our advice. We have read again this 12-page memo from public counsel. It doesn't change our thinking at all. And I will mention just one last thing. I appreciate all your patience. Again, Council Member Bonin mentioned, and he quoted from his own motion, where he said, and he's got it bolded and underlined in his motion, when he announced and Governor Newsom stated that the order does, quote, does not preempt any local ordinances that go deeper or farther, but it is an overlay for the entire state of California, period, end quote. Here's the problem. Let's assume for a minute the governor said that. He said it into a microphone during a press release, I guess, or a press conference, excuse me. It does not appear in the order. For it to be lawful and to have an impact and to provide local governments the ability to do what you all may indeed want to do, it's got to be in the order itself. It's not there unless you leave off words and unless you ignore sentences. And that's, as lawyers for the city attorney's office, something that we can't do. We would be doing you all a disfavor. So again, I appreciate very much allowing me the opportunity to address you all. I'll try to answer the questions the best that I can. I do have on the line two of our excellent housing lawyers in our housing division, Mei Chang and Elaine Zong, who've been so helpful for certainly our office and for all of you in helping to prepare all the ordinances. Because not to be lost in all this, the city of Los Angeles, thanks to you, council members, and to the mayor, have already done an incredible amount. And if anyone needs me to recap kind of where we are as a city, thanks to the ordinances and the mayor's orders, I can do that. It is true the city of Oakland has done what some folks would call a broader eviction moratorium. I'm not aware of any other cities that have actually gone that far. There are other aspects of some of these ordinances, some of these motions that have not been touched upon, which I can do now or I can do later before the body here takes any actions. But I'll leave it that for now. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move on to Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the three motions. I also appreciate what the city attorney is saying. The liabilities here are very real on all three of these. If we go beyond our legal power to do these kinds of things, we're talking about potentially being liable for rent in Los Angeles for every landlord who says that they were aggrieved by this proposal. That's $1.5 billion a month that people pay in rent. And that is, if that falls on the city's shoulders, that is devastating to the men and women who work in the city. It's devastating to our programs. It's devastating to this city. So I'd like to do all the things that you've mentioned on all three of these, but I also feel like we have to listen to our city attorney, who is who provides us this advice. And all three of these have these legal issues. And the first one, though, I'm going to say half of it we could do and half of it we can't. The RSO part, we definitely can do because that's within our jurisdiction. So when it comes to it, I'm going to ask that we split that, bifurcate the vote there so that we can vote on the RSO provision of 37, because I think that's a great thing for us to do and it's within our authority. But when you're dealing with the rent freeze across the board, I would love to do that. But Costa-Hawkins and AB 1485 are clearly taking up that space. And we don't legally have the authority to go in that space. So if I was going to offer an amendment, but to basically say, let's just do it if the state lifts those rules. But again, if the state lifts those rules, I'll be the first one to join you in proposing a rent freeze. It makes complete sense to do it. But to do it, despite what we know is the law and despite what we know our authority is frankly irresponsible. And it's the same thing with the consumer debt. I mean, consumer debt, I love the idea of trying to figure out a way on consumer debt. Consumer debt is already, basically, as I understand it, and I guess I could ask Mr. Michelson this, but we don't have the authority to do that with consumer debt, specifically because we have no authority on the eviction procedures. If we did, that would be a great thing to do. Now, on the third one, I think there may be a way to help here to help broaden it the way that Mr. Bonin wants without going beyond our legal authority. And I'm going to propose an amendment. And specifically, and I guess the part with Mr. Bonin and Mr. Rue that I'm very sympathetic to and that I think we can legally deal with is what's happening right now during the pandemic. We don't want people getting notices to quit. We want it to be as clear as possible that during the pandemic, you will not be evicted. The Judicial Council is not meeting, but that people shouldn't be issuing notices to quit. And the only reason someone should be evicted during the pandemic is health and safety. And I agree with that. And I think we could achieve that without running into the legal problem, which is what happens when the Judicial Council comes back. And the way we could do that is by an amendment, and I'm going to read it now so that it can be part of the discussion, which is to move that we request the city attorney to include in the ordinance that when the Judicial Council opens up the courts and evictions are once again permitted to resume under state law, evictions for reasons other than those enumerated in LAMC 49.992, which is the eviction moratorium that we already passed, so the Corret's language, et cetera, other than that, and that are otherwise permissible under applicable law, shall be allowable, even if the conduct giving rise to the eviction proceeding occurred during the time of the state of emergency. So in other words, making it clear that during the pandemic, the only way you can be evicted is health and safety. And I think the nexus there is what you stated, is that we can make a health nexus for that order, because anyone being kicked out of their apartment when there's a pandemic, there is a COVID connection. But when the Judicial Council comes back, which is 90 days after the order is lifted, that connection is no longer there. And now we have to base it on, being allowed for the look back, so that if you were destroying the property while the pandemic was going on, or you were committing crimes, or you were just not paying your rent because you didn't want to, rather than you didn't have to because of COVID, any of those things, when the Judicial Council comes back, they would then have the legal authority to process those evictions, which is frankly what they already have. We don't have the authority to go beyond that. So I offer that up as a way to split the difference here a little bit and find a legal way to achieve the goal that you're looking to achieve, at least during the pandemic. So I'm going to put that out there. And as I said, I wish we could go further, but we've all read the confidential memo, which talks about the incredible liabilities that we would be under if we were to move forward, particularly with 39. And that is just something I don't think responsibly we can do as fiduciaries of this city. We have a responsibility for protecting renters, and I want to do everything we humanly can do. But we also have a responsibility to protecting this city as a whole, and making sure that we don't put ourselves in legal jeopardy where we're going to get sued and we're going to lose, and we're going to lose a lot. And it's going to be very, very damaging to this city. And it's not something that any of us want to see. So for the feel-good moment of voting for something, and then the other piece to this, and I'll close with this, is that if we go beyond our legal authority and we send the signals to folks that they can essentially, even if they can pay the rent, that they don't have to, we end up putting those people in jeopardy as well, because when the courts finally rule on this, those folks are going to have to pay that back rent, and they're going to be in a lot of trouble. They're going to be blaming us too for giving them a false sense of security. So I think we got to be open and honest with our constituency. We need to do everything we can for renters, but we need to understand what our limits are as a municipal government, and what the risks are when we go beyond that legally in an ordinance like this. So with that, I'll end right there. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Koretz?
Thank you, Madam President. I have a few things I wanted to cover. One is I wound up voting for the moratorium the last time with some hesitancy because it didn't have a provision for health and safety. However, now that it does, the one thing that I've thought of thinking this through is, and I want to ask the city attorney if this is covered or not, whether the health and safety could then allow people to evict because a tenant is suspected of having COVID-19. And so then it would be used in a negative way rather than not. So if we could ask the city attorney if that needs any kind of clarification, because we certainly wouldn't want to say anything except for health and safety and then allow landlords to evict tenants because they might have it or they might be suspected of it.
Mr. Michelson?
This is Dave Michelson, City Attorney's Office. Now, I think individuals who are suffering from COVID-19 cannot be evicted for that reason alone, for a host of reasons, quite frankly. I think that's probably the law right now, and it's certainly not going to change no matter what anyone does.
So you don't have any concern that someone could misinterpret it that way?
No,
that as an eviction tool.
I do not have that concern, no, Council Member.
Okay, and also I have an amendment that I would like to add to 39 to clarify something that I think is alluded to but somewhat unclear, and it would amend the Los Angeles Municipal Code section 49.22.2.2a by adding the following language. Under no circumstances can an owner require financial documentation in order to establish a repayment plan. Any dispute as to a tenant's eligibility for the protection set forth in this section are not subject to the arbitrary judgment of an owner and shall be resolved by the Housing and Community Investment Department. So I think that would clarify and strengthen item number 39.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And also I have concerns about 37 and 38, about whether indeed we could do this without violating Costa-Hawkins, much as I would love to, because it's one of the worst pieces of legislation ever written in terms of the harm it's done to the city and the homelessness that it's created. But I have more of a question on 38. There are some that have said that this is preempted by federal law. So I wanted to ask the city attorney if that is the case in your view, and how is that?
This is Dave Michelson, City Attorney's Office. Let's start with 38. Let me first mention in the motion itself, it asserts that the City of Oakland already has passed such an ordinance that has, in essence, converted rent into consumer debt and prevented the collection of that debt through the unlawful detainer process. City of Oakland has not included that in their ordinance. Let me be clear about that. You can see the language in the City of Oakland's ordinance, and it's stricken out with a black line. I also believe Councilmember Bonin may have earlier today removed from his motion the consumer debt piece of it, but I think he's still pursuing with Councilmember Rue the proposal to prohibit by law a landlord from seeking payment of back rent that's otherwise owed through the unlawful detainer process. The city's preempted from doing that, certainly under state law. Again, the governor or the legislature can suspend that state law and allow locals to engage on that issue, but until that happens, it is preempted. The only other part of this motion, item number 38, the second moving clause, talks about landlords and tenants creating temporary reduction agreements and making sure that if they do, the landlord is not somehow otherwise limited in future rent increases under the city's rent stabilization ordinance. The good news here is this is already the law. Certainly landlords and tenants can enter into temporary rent reductions right now. There's no law that requires it. No law prevents it. And HCID already has regulations that when a landlord and tenant do that, it does not present a negative implication to that landlord in calculating future rent increases. The base rent doesn't change. So again, the second, therefore, moving clause is not necessarily legally at all. And the first one, there is legal concerns, as I've just mentioned. Item 37, briefly mentioning that one, because you asked, Councilmember, about Costa-Hawkins, and I appreciate that because you're right. Let me also mention in the body of that motion, there's also an inaccuracy. The motion claims that the City of Oakland unanimously passed an ordinance that prohibits rent increases on all residential rental units, including those not related to an RSO, rent stabilization ordinance. Oakland did not do that. It's not in Oakland's ordinance. I'm not sure where that came from. There are two moving clauses in Motion 37. The first one, I think Councilmember Blumenfeld alluded to, could lawfully be done. Indeed, the mayor's already done it by order, which is freezing rent increases on RSO, rent stabilized ordinance, protected units. Mayor's done that. If council would like to do it by ordinance, certainly that's council's prerogative. It's already law by virtue of the mayor's order. It's the second moving clause that provides legal concerns for the reason Councilmember Koretz mentioned, which the second clause seeks to freeze rents on all residential rental units in the city. The state law, Costa-Hawkins, does not allow for that. It's clear the city's preempted. Councilmember Koretz is correct to allude to that. But again, and indeed as the motion alludes to some extent as well, the governor or the legislature could absolutely suspend Costa-Hawkins in a way that would allow local jurisdictions to engage on this issue. I will also add, I am not aware of any municipality, state, or city in California who has actually sought to limit rent increases on non-RSO units. Oakland's not done so either, as I mentioned. Again, council certainly could do it. The mayor could do it as well if and when the governor of the legislature suspended Costa-Hawkins. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Koretz. Mr. O'Farrell?
Volume, Christine.
Mr. O'Farrell?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just going to say it. Public counsel should be ashamed of themselves. There is nothing laudable about what they published last night. In fact, they engaged in sins of omission that actually harm the people that they claim to be helping, who are pinning their hopes on a rent freeze or forgiveness that the city does not have the authority to enact. And that is not okay. It's really so unfortunate when any entity engages in a misinformation campaign that seeks to foment chaos and division. And I would hate to think that that has made its way on this Los Angeles City Council, because we're not here to pick winners and losers in some sort of charade of a battle. We're all here to protect renters and mortgage holders so that property owners who rent do not go into default, and renters can stay housed through the pandemic and be on a stronger financial footing after the pandemic is over and have food on the table. That is what we're all aligned to accomplish. And we really need to approach this with a very clear understanding of what our jurisdictional authorities are. And that's what we've been saying from the very beginning. So I hope that with your presentation, Mr. Michelson, that we can put some of these fallacies to rest once and for all, so we can actually do the business and not build false hopes for people who are understandably in great distress, if not absolute fear and panic, which is understandable. Nothing like this has ever happened before. But to think that there are entities that would have others believe that some of us are more caring than others is just something that we should reject outright, no matter what, because that is not the case at all. And it's quite frankly offensive to be dealing in that environment that has been attempted to be foisted upon us. And it's really unacceptable on so many levels. I want to talk first of all about item 37. There is no rent freeze in this motion. It is not a rent freeze. Anyone who's listening who thinks that this is a freeze on rent where you just stop paying rent and you never have to pay it back, that's not what this is. This is a freeze on increases in your monthly rent. The movers of the motion understand this as well. This is an increase on your monthly rent, a freeze on the increase, so that you would pay your monthly rent for as long as we decide without it being increased, COVID and post-COVID, which I think all of us would strongly support. But we've got something in our way, and that's Costa-Hawkins, has been mentioned previously. I introduced a motion today, and it'll hopefully a resolution, and it'll be scheduled that calls upon either the California Judicial Council to take action, since they've been granted the authority by the governor to suspend any and all laws as it pertains to COVID, or the state legislature will take this up as well. Only then can we put a freeze on rent increases. And again, no one on this city council is proposing a rental freeze. That's not on the table. And I think a lot of people misunderstand that's what this is about. Mr. Michelson, you've already kind of explained your memo and in relation to some of these questions. And as we go to item 38, this is a very interesting motion because unpaid rent is already treated as consumer debt under the law. This motion is somewhat baffling to me because it's already treated that way. What our colleagues are seeking here is whether we strike the term consumer debt and replace it with not subject to unlawful detainer process doesn't even factor into what we can do based on Costa-Hawkins and the fact that the state preempts what local municipalities can do in terms of evictions. That's just an inconvenient truth that we must live with. What we should hope for and keep working toward and keep lobbying, like many of us have, is for our state legislature to take this up when they meet in a few weeks. And like I said, if not the state legislature, then the Judicial Council led by our Chief Justice. And on item 39, the action that the California Judicial Council took 2.5 weeks ago now, when they provided protections for tenants related to the emergency, including enabling tenants to remain in their homes during the period of the emergency for at least 90 days thereafter. We've received lots of letters and suggestions that we now have to do our job and forgive the rent. But even the Judicial Council's action still requires back rent to be paid, all of it. All back rent to be paid after the 90-day period. They did not do a rent forgiveness or a forgiveness of mortgages either. And as we talked about earlier in this council session, only the feds, they regulate the banking and lending industry, not the state, not the city. So our hands are tied on being able to do mortgage forgiveness, unless, as Mr. Blumenfield said, we simply pay out of the city budget everyone's rent. And that's not realistic under any circumstance. However, with the report that Mr. Cervantes just gave, we are working on subsidies for renters. I certainly am in my district, so that we can help in this overall effort. But even, like I mentioned, even the Judicial Council has limited authority in the action they took. So it would be up to them or the legislature or the governor to suspend Costa-Hawkins and or transfer the authority for evictions to local municipalities, which they clearly have not done. So let's all get real here and talk about what we can and should do in terms of real policy that we can enact, that we could actually enforce. If we were to continue with this charade, I'll call it, and approve all of these motions, we would not be able to enforce anything, which would give even more false hope to folks that are understandably demanding some sort of rent forgiveness or mortgage forgiveness. We want to get there. I feel that we can, especially if we can get our federal legislators to approve that fourth COVID bill that will give the kind of relief that we need. So I just wanted to put all that out there because we need to get on the same page here, enact what we possibly can, lobby for changes that will help us serve these purposes that we so clearly need, with over half of Los Angeles now unemployed or underemployed. We need relief. We do not need to start doing pretend measures that we could not ever enforce. And all the liability issues have been brought up already.
Thank you, Mr. O'Farrell.
So, Madam President, that's what I wanted to say. And Mr. Michelson, if you have anything to add, I would welcome your comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Roop?
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank all my colleagues for bringing up all their concerns, and I really wholeheartedly agree with what my colleague, Councilmember Bonin, presented earlier. But I just want to focus on 37 and 39. For 37, the motion that I introduced with Councilmember Bonin the backdrop, as eloquently stated, even in the emergency renters relief program that we just passed an hour ago, is, as everybody knows, there are, even pre-pandemic times, before this coronavirus even hit, 721,000 people in the county of Los Angeles were severely rent burdened, meaning that they were more than half of their income was being used for rent. And this is pre-pandemic. More than 60% of LA families were struggling to meet their basic needs. Today, pandemic time, we know this is unprecedented. 12 million Americans have filed for unemployment. The total unemployment right now is about 22 million. Nearly 3 million of them are in California, and more than half of LA County is without a job. So I want to just give you that backdrop, but just to clarify on item number 7, the rent freeze, I want to thank Councilmember Mitch O'Farrell, because I want the public to hear this, and I think a lot of folks are confused about what the rent freeze is. This is a rent freeze on just the increase in the rent. This one is simple. This one is straightforward. It's literally the rent increase that could happen once a year is what we're saying, no, that should not happen during the pandemic. This is not item number 39, where we're trying to expand the eviction moratorium. We already have one in place, but we're trying to expand it with item 39. This is not the expansion of eviction. This is not rent suspension or forgiveness. And as Councilmember O'Farrell said, that is only the power of the federal government. And we have resolutions that we passed earlier today asking the federal government and the state government to pursue all programs to provide for a rent forgiveness and a mortgage forgiveness, both for renters, homeowners, as well as small business owners. That's not what this is. This is basically the most minute rent increases that can happen. And also, I want to also make it very, very clear what we are doing today. And this also applies to item number 38 and 39 as well. We are not voting on the ordinance today. We are simply asking the city attorney to write the ordinance and bring it back to the city council so that we can review it and vote on it. And so when it comes to item number 37 for the rent freeze, we are asking, the motion asks for 2 ordinances to be written. One of them, which we all agree on, and the mayor already through executive order passed, which is for RSO buildings, which are buildings built before 1978, that we have a rent freeze. You can't increase rent on RSO buildings. I think there's no question about that. The city attorney is completely fine with that, and we want the city attorney to go write that ordinance. But at the same time, I want the city attorney to write a second ordinance. We're not voting on that today. It's just to bring it back for all other buildings that are non-RSO. Because when it comes back, I would like to have 2 ordinances in front of us so that we can actually have a robust discussion and see what the legal risks are, because working families need all the help that they could get. And, and this is no different than exactly what even the California Apartment Association urged all their members to do, not to increase any rent during this pandemic, RSO or not. And that's what it is. So bottom line is, this is just asking for the city attorney to write 2 ordinances. One deals with RSO buildings and the other one deals with non-RSO buildings. And, and the reason we're asking for that is in the coming days or in the coming weeks, as Dave Michelson from the city attorney stated, Governor Newsom or the state legislator could suspend portions of the Costa-Hawkins, which will allow for all rental units to be for local jurisdictions to do it. Or, and as Dave Michelson stated, I really thank public counsel and all the other community lawyers who wrote this memo for us, and we just received it yesterday. So I would like an opportunity for the city attorney to digest it more and for all of us to digest it more and have more conversations to see where we can figure it out. And that's what I'm asking for. And I also do want to ask for another amendment to item number 37, which basically says for both ordinances, the 2 versions, the RSO version and the non-RSO version, that we amend the rent freeze to be in place after from 90 days to 360 days to be in alignment with the rent repayment period. So that's an amendment I want to introduce. And I do have 2 questions for the city attorney. Is Dave Michelson there?
Yes, council member.
Thanks, David. And actually, you already answered this question, but I just want to make it absolutely clear. In the coming days or weeks, can the governor or the state legislator change or suspend portions of the Costa-Hawkins Act that would resolve your legal concerns?
We're talking about, I think, Motion 37, which is the rent increase for all. Yeah, for all residential units in the city. Yes, the governor or the legislature could suspend parts of Costa-Hawkins to allow local governments to engage. I will add, though, quickly, it is very difficult for our office to draft an ordinance in a vacuum. And here's what I mean by that. If the governor or the legislature does engage, we don't know how they're going to do it. We don't know what parts of Costa-Hawkins or how they'll phrase it, and that could very well inform how we would draft an ordinance. I will tell you, if the governor or the legislature suspends Costa-Hawkins, our office absolutely will move quickly to draft that ordinance, but drafting it now in a vacuum is problematic.
Right, and you're absolutely correct, because maybe with some more legal analysis, maybe we could realize, or maybe the governor would extend it to expand it to 1995 when Costa-Hawkins was presented, or maybe 2005 with the different versions that the Assembly passed to kind of expand rent control in one way or another. But I want us to be proactive. And the other question I have is, I want you to confirm that the item before us today, that we are not voting on the actual ordinance, but it just simply instructs the city attorney, your office, to draft the ordinance. So passing this item before us today would not violate Costa-Hawkins or any other state law.
So Dave Michelson with City Attorney, we can and would be pleased to draft and quickly present draft ordinances to your first I therefore, which deals with the rent increase freeze for RSOs, similar to what the mayor has already done in his order and what is already law. So if you wanted that, we certainly could do that. The second I therefore, though, goes beyond RSO, of course, and it's all residential rental units being subject to a similar rent increase freeze. It is it's not possible for us to draft that in a vacuum. We would first have to see what the governor and legislature do, if they do anything, in terms of suspending various state laws to clear the deck for this, and how they do that. So you are correct, however, there's nothing illegal about having the discussion today and our office even drafting it, because you haven't enacted it into law yet. So while that's true, again, until there's information available to us and to you all in terms of how the governor or the legislature is going to possibly suspend, we're all operating in a vacuum. It's difficult, if not impossible, to put pen to paper.
Well, just to clarify, the RSO one, which the mayor already enacted through executive order, my amendment, if it gets passed, it would be actually stronger than the mayor's executive order, where we're asking for, I believe his order says, after the stay-at-home, safer-at-home order is lifted, that it'll still be in effect for 90 days. I'm asking it to go for 360 days. So that would be a difference between our RSO rent freeze versus the mayor's RSO rent freeze. And the second thing is, I have complete faith in the city attorney's office that you can, in a vacuum, write, and we will instruct you on what it is our legislative intent is. And case in point, we just passed the worker retention one, and I know there was a lot of questions and a lot of concerns on that, but you guys wrote an ordinance and we worked it out. We did even amendments today where we even changed various major portions of it, and we were able to pass it. But that was only possible because you started on the ordinance and you had it before us today. If we just discussed on what we're going to put in the ordinance, then we would have had to send it back to you for another week. Because I want colleagues to understand that if we wait, it just delays it for yet another week or God knows how long. And if we just wait on the state legislator or the governor to change these Costa-Hawkins rules, then we're just waiting again and again, and we can't wait. We have to be proactive, because people are suffering. Angelenos are suffering, and you all know this. Everybody needs help. And I want us to be super proactive, and I just want to quote, and this is an extraordinary time, and I do want to quote what Chief Justice of the California Supreme Court, Tani Kantil Sakauye, said when she did unprecedented action for the courts. She literally said, we are at this point truly with no guidance in history, law, or precedent. And to say that there is no playbook is a gross understatement of the situation. This is an extraordinary time. I do understand what your concerns are, but if we don't push the envelope now for working families and those most vulnerable, I mean, when else do we push it? And again, I want to make it clear, we are not voting on the ordinance today. We are simply asking you, the city attorney, to draft it. The RSO one should be easy. The non-RSO one, use the best of your ability. If we have to make modifications later on when it comes before us, we will. And it will still give us another time within the week or so while you're drafting it for us to discuss all the finer points. And Madam President, I took a lot of time. Can I speak on 39 as well? Or do you want me to
Mr. Ru, you're at your 10-minute mark. I need to move on to another member.
If I might,
Mr. Michelson, do you want to respond to that? And after that, I need to move on to the next
Yes,
members.
I'll make it very quick. With respect to the first moving clause on number 37, I believe the mayor's order extends for 60 days after the local emergency is terminated. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think it's 0 days. I think it's 60. I did not realize what you're intending is to expand that out in your motion from 90 to 360 days for a full year. But if it's the council's will and you request that we draft that ordinance, we of course absolutely will do so. With respect to the second moving clause, I've already said what I think is sort of the prudent course of action. If, however, council wants that draft ordinance and you act on it today, so be it.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get a second for my amendment?
Excuse me, and on Mr. Rue's amending motion, a seconder is needed?
Sure.
Mr. Bonin will second that.
Yes.
Mr. Harris-Dawson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members. This is a truly invigorating conversation, and I think it brings out the best and the deepest intellect and values of all the members, so we appreciate being a part of the conversation. My comments are mostly rhetorical on this matter because I think the legal points have been covered ad nauseum. I do like that Mr. Michelson started off using the analogy or the metaphor of umpires calling balls and strikes, because I think that's exactly what we have before us. Anybody who watches baseball knows that calling balls and strikes is in fact subjective, and oftentimes through replay you find out that the umpire was not correct or they missed the mark. It's why they instituted replay, and so I think we ought to keep that in mind as we make judgments about what one set of lawyers are saying versus another set of lawyers. The second thing I think is important to point out, and I think context and precedent and contradiction are very, very important. The difference and contradiction between who we say we are and what we actually do or don't do. All of us, to a person, at one point or another, I've seen it, I've done it multiple times, we bragged that we quickly and expediently shut down the city. And we did it in time enough to get Los Angeles to flatten the curve. When we did that, what we said to everyday people was, you can't go make a living. We know that you're already rent burdened. We know that homelessness is a problem. We know that unlawful evictions are a problem, but you can't go to work for the greater good. Because the safety of the entire community is at risk, you cannot have an income. We said that, we did that. And now fast forward a month later, we now are saying we're too impotent to even stop your landlord from raising your rent while we told you you can't go to work. We know for a fact that when people do go to work, they're not gonna get paid double, they're not gonna get paid triple. These 2 months, essentially, the policy we put in place is ask people to eat it. And landlords are in jeopardy and renters are in jeopardy. But here is the fact, and I understand as much or more than anybody about mom and pop landlords. That's my entire family business. That's how I went to college. That's how I started my adult life. I get it. But here's the difference between landlords and renters. Landlords have at least 2 places to live. One that they live in and one that they're providing for someone else. oftentimes they have multiple residents that they're providing for somebody else. We're asked to pick the person to carry the burden. Is it going to be the person with one place to live that we knew was barely making it before, or the group of people with more than one place to live? In a city with 29,000 people already in homelessness, almost 2/3 of our renters already rent burden. It's just unconscionable to me that we are, and inconsistent with who we say we are, that we are too impotent to even consider in a serious way providing protection to that group. That it's somebody else's job up the road or across the country. I just think that's beneath who we say that we are. And so I would ask, I just have one question for Mr. Michelson as I close, and that is, has the city ever been put in any legal jeopardy, to your recollection, for asking the city attorney's office to draw up a motion or a set of motions?
Dave Michelson, City Attorney. I think the answer is no. And as I finished my remarks a minute ago, if the will of this council is to transmit that draft ordinance even in advance of the governor or the legislature acting, we will do our best to do so, and we'll deliver it.
I'm concluded, Madam Chair.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, this is a conversation that we've been engaged in for quite some time. And I think, Mr. Harris Dawson, I want to thank you for your comments. But I really feel that there has been a lapse of responsibility here in actually being able to truly protect people from what we are legally authorized to provide them. And there's been a lot of misrepresentation of the facts. And as a result of that, many people are actually finding themselves in bigger trouble because of it. And so, I feel that the responsibility that we have is not to send people up with a false promise of what we can actually provide for them. This isn't about trying to create a false narrative here. It's about being responsible to what we can actually legally enforce. And so I'm really concerned about the fact that, I think we have to be much more clear about the different conversations. We talk about rent freezes, and rent moratoriums, it all gets lost in translation for everyday folks. They don't have the sophistication of having attorneys that are advising them on what they can or cannot do. It was right after the eviction moratorium was adopted, people were going around saying you didn't have to pay your rent. And that conversation and that narrative had to have been publicly, repeatedly shared with the public. So I feel we have a great responsibility, and one that has been failed thus far, with all of the back and forth conversation of the aspirational goals of what we want to provide cover for people. And let's not get it twisted. We all want to provide these protections. We all want to make sure that people keep their roofs over their head, that we know these individuals are right now forced into unemployment because of COVID-19. None of us wanted to be here. But here we find ourselves with the responsibility to act, not politically, but responsibly to protect the families that need us to protect them. But we need to do it within our legal authority to do so. And so it's been very frustrating for me how this has been misrepresented and mischaracterized by so many people that it's actually, I think, further jeopardized the security for a lot of families as a result of this. So I would just heed caution to this conversation, this ongoing conversation. Listen, we know that we're not adopting an ordinance today, but the narratives of what we're proclaiming we can do versus what we can legally do are two totally different things that we can consider right now. And so I just feel the moral obligation to make sure that we're not trying to lead people down a path that we can't fulfill. Because false hope is not what I'm intending to do for people. I want to make sure that we can protect families, that we can do what we're legally allowed to do in this, and continue to advocate where we can push and continue to provide the relief where we're seeking to provide it. And I know we're doing that with a number of these relief funds, but it's just it's been incredibly difficult to see how so much of these conversations have been misrepresented and have been used to misinform members of the public. And I think it's shameful. It's been a disappointment. And I think we have the responsibility of doing everything that we can. And I know we're all shared in this mission to do everything possible to protect people during this pandemic, but giving them false hope is not it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, colleagues, for the comments and the thoughts and the arguments. I'm particularly appreciative of Mr. Ruse and Mr. Harris Dawson's insights and perspectives. Sometimes conversations like this are tough. But I think it is, as Mr. Harris Dawson noted, important that we have these conversations. And I think this is as healthy as this body has ever been by having robust discussions about the important issues of our day. My experience has been that this council, as a body, in the city, is best when this council does things that are big and does things that are bold and pushes the envelope. It was tough for many of us several years ago to wage the battle to raise the minimum wage to $15. We were on the cutting edge, and a lot of the rest of the country did so after that. It was tough for us to go big and establish paid sick days in Los Angeles. It was an unimaginable idea that the LA River could be revitalized. And because of the work of Mr. O'Farrell and others, it's happening. Getting DWP to move more aggressively to 100% clean energy, or standing up for our sisters and brothers in the city who are undocumented when the federal government is telling us we can't, those are all big and bold things. And when we do that, we are better public servants, and Los Angeles is better. We're faced today at its core with two conflicting legal arguments. One from our city attorney, one from public interest and civil rights lawyers. The one from our city attorney is sort of a spirit and a culture of we cannot do this, which is a dynamic, let's be honest, each of us has complained about at some time or another. Our city attorney telling us we can't do something when we see other cities around the country doing it. We have all at some point voiced that frustration. And then we have this different perspective, a culture of we can do something expressed in the other letter. I'll note that in our city attorney's memo, there's not a single quote, there's no footnotes, nothing is cited, and it's kept confidential. Parenthetically, I would move that as the client, we vote to release this memo and make it public. But it's easy to pick apart the public counsel letter when your own opinion hasn't been released publicly. The city attorney indicated that there were words left out of the public counsel's letter. What they didn't note is that those words appeared later in their memo, where they say that while the governor's first executive order explicitly removes preemption concerns for the limited type of evictions in the order, the city may still use its full police powers to go further than the executive order for other types of evictions. Put another way, the silence on types of evictions does not implicitly mean the city is preempted from regulating it. The city is only preempted if there were to be conflict with state law. The city can both comply with the executive order and go farther than the executive order so long as there is not a conflict with the executive order. Because state law grants local jurisdictions the authority to regulate the substantive grounds for eviction, no such conflict exists, particularly in this state of emergency. We are given incredible authority in this state of emergency. We have talked about balls and strikes, and different people, different attorneys will call a ball and a strike. Fact of the matter is that assumes we're still playing baseball. We ain't playing baseball anymore. This is a whole new game, and this is a whole new reality. We are in a state of emergency. We have a public health order in place for people to stay home, and we are given incredible power to act on that. And we have the ability to look at our role as it was in February or in January or last year, or look at the role and the power we have now. Mr. Michelson referred to the governor's quote from the press conference and said that it was just a throwaway quote at a press conference. Of course, that does speak to legislative intent, which would be brought up in any legal proceedings about it, and also did not refer to the other two citations that I made, including the one from the governor's own departments. In reference to Oakland and the consumer debt, I think the city attorney is using some outdated information. We, in the motion I made this morning at the beginning of the meeting, in striking the words consumer debt, paralleled what Oakland did, and just saying that you cannot be evicted for the rental debt that you have over this period of time. In talking about the public interest and civil rights lawyer memo, it was stated that they have a different client, and the city attorney's client, their client is renters, and the city attorney's client is the council and the mayor of Los Angeles. I submit that we all have clients too, and it's the people of Los Angeles. And the majority of the people in Los Angeles are renters. The majority of the people in Los Angeles are renters. Most people who are homeowners are not landlords. And we have had a tendency in this conversation to sort of weigh the two interests as if the number of people that we're talking about on either side of this debate are equal. There are significantly more renters than there are than there are landlords. And we have talked often of the bad apple tenant. There have been so many different examples and anecdotes I've heard about the bad apple tenant who may damage this or do that. One bad tenant can cause significant problems for one landlord. One bad landlord, one bad property owner can cause undue hardship and pain for hundreds of families. The two are not equal. I don't think that it is false hope to try to go big and to use our emergency powers. I think it's false hope to say that we have an eviction moratorium. There really isn't one. When a few days later, people are getting notices to pay or quit on their door. It's not a charade to try to do something bigger and bolder. It's a charade to tell people we can't when other cities around the state are doing something more than we are. And I don't think it is unacceptable to try to take these actions for the majority of people in Los Angeles. What I do think is unacceptable is the level of fear and pain that people are experiencing right now, because there are notices being put on their door. There are intimidating and threatening conversations that are happening, that are leaving our seniors crying, that are leaving mothers of young kids scared, that are leaving people, particularly those who work and live in the shadows, in the gig economy or undocumented, in all sorts of fear and anxiety. People are making bad deals. People are making payment agreements. People are acting as their own lawyers when we know that is not something that they can do. Tomorrow, later tonight, later this week, there are going to be people in the city of Los Angeles who are going to come home or open their door when they go out for a walk or go to the store. And they are going to see that notice on their door, a notice that gives them 3 days to pay or quit. We can either say today that we are not going to make that legal, or we are going to allow that to continue. We have been told that we can't go beyond the governor's order, but we already have. Many of the counter proposals that have been mentioned also go beyond the governor's order. And we already went beyond the governor's order by adding nuisance and unauthorized pets and occupants, all good things. We went beyond the governor's order. And we can do so today. The governor has said we can. His executive order has said we can. Our emergency powers give us the ability to do so. And if we have the ability to provide more relief and more help to the majority of people in Los Angeles at risk right now, I argue that the ambition to try to do so is a good thing, and it's what we deeply owe the people we represent.
Thank you, Mr. Bonin. Next speaker on the queue will be Mr. Ryu.
Councilmember Buscaglia, may I just briefly say something? This is Dave Michelson. I promise
Yes,
it'll
go
be
ahead, Mr.
very
Michelson.
brief. Thank you very much, Councilmember. I just want to say this, and this is my opinion. The deputy city attorneys in the city attorney's office, especially working under this city attorney, have done great and bold things. And the proof of that is, Mr. Bonin himself has alluded to many of the big things that this council has done in the last 7 years. All those were done arm in arm with our lawyers and with our city attorney. And indeed, often we were out front on some of these things, working with you and your staff. So I'll just leave it at that. And I think most of you, I would hope, would acknowledge what I just said to be quite true. Thank you.
Thank you. Our president has stepped out for a restroom call. So with that, I see Mr. Rue on the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to read about from what we received from Public Counsel, Public Interest Law Project, the Housing Equality and Advocacy Resource Team, the Inner City Law Project, and the Eviction Defense Network, because they are inundated with Angelenos calling their offices for help. But I know everybody got a copy of it, and I know it's going to be probably widely circulated, so you can read that for yourself. So what I will talk about is, in my office, I've gotten numerous calls from tenants who are being evicted. Actually, one tenant in Laurel Canyon was asked to provide proof of that her income went down and was affected by COVID-19. She couldn't provide it, and by the way, she doesn't need to provide it based on our laws. But even still, she got a 3-day eviction notice to move out. We explained to her that it's illegal, that we'll work with her. Luckily, she knew to even call my office. And we're trying to contact her landlord to explain to her landlord what the rules are. But it is very stressful. It can negatively affect her credit, on and on and on. People are confused. We talk about this all the time, so we think everybody knows, but there's so many more people that doesn't know. I had a renters' rights forum, and I know many of you did as well, where many people don't know. And people are confused. They don't have access to legal services. They don't have personal attorneys. Many of the landlords knows what's going on, but the renters don't know. And to make it even harder, we should simplify and do everything possible here in the city of LA, because I have to explain to them, yes, these are your rights, but if your building is older than 1978, you have these additional rights. If it's newer than 1978, then you don't have these rights. I mean, it's even more complicated and more confusing, which is why we need to make sure we have a universal and simple law, because we, the city of LA, told the people to stay safer at home, but in LA, most of these homes are rented. And the safer at home is universal. It affects every single person. And our eviction moratorium should be universal as well. But I also want to make it clear, and as many colleagues have stated, many people are confused. And even if we pass all of these, 37, 38, 39, and pass the rent freeze universally, expand eviction moratorium universally so there's no confusion, it's not going to be enough. People are still going to want more, people are still going to be struggling, and people are still not going to be satisfied. But you know what? And they're going to start asking for rent forgiveness, mortgage forgiveness, and we will explain it to them that we are going to push the envelope, push our federal government to make sure that comes down. But you know what? They don't know the difference between a council member versus a Congress member or a senator. But what they do know is that we are in the front lines, we are always there, and they think that we have the power to do everything when we don't. But even pre-pandemic times, how many times, no matter what we do, people are still upset. People expect us to do things that we have no control over. But during this extraordinary time, we need to go even further. Everything that we could possibly do in the city of LA, we got to not only do it, but push the envelope and push it all the way through. And that's not going to be enough. So we got to represent the Angelenos in the state government and the federal government to push even more. Because, I want to say, and I think Dave Michelson said, I wrote what you said earlier about that the city attorney has done a tremendous to lead. And I fully agree. And where did I write that down? Oh, here it is. And, we need the city attorney to be our partner again and be out front. Go against the grain. Lead for not just LA, but lead for California. And let's show the rest of the nation what we can do, what we're supposed to do for our people. So again, for number 39, 37, 38, and 39, we are asking for this ordinance just to be written. I have utmost confidence in the city attorney where they could draft it. And I know when we come back for a policy discussion to actually vet through the ordinance, we'll have another week or so to do it. But when it comes back and if we have to make changes to make sure we satisfy everyone's concerns, I know we can. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Weezer? Oh, sorry about that. Mr. Koretz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say I find Mr. Rue's arguments compelling. I still have some doubts about the legality, but I'm certainly willing to have us do the equivalent of a report back, but with a legal report back with an ordinance. So we actually can see what we're dealing with. We have more time to weigh conflicting arguments. I would love to pass what's in 37 and 38. But if we know we're legally dead in the water, it might not be the wisest thing to do. So I will continue to contemplate that. But meanwhile, I like the idea of giving the city attorney the direction to move forward. And if we do see changes in state law that make it easier, then we'll have it in hand. We won't have to wait another week or two for another meeting to have it happen. So I think it's a very compelling argument. And purely on that basis, I'm going to vote for 37 and 38.
Mr. Weezer?
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple of questions for the city attorney. And first, I appreciate...
Mr. Weezer, give me just a second. Mr. Michelson stepped away from the table. I need to bring him back. There he is. He's back.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, he had to walk away for momentarily. He's back. Go ahead. Ask your questions, Mr. Weezer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple of questions for the city attorney. First, I appreciate Councilmember Harris Dawson clarifying that the city would not have any financial liability should we pass any laws that conflict with state law or other laws and or were prohibited from passing. I'm sure there's some constitutional article or something that provides for cities or local municipalities not to be liable financially when we pass such laws. Otherwise, there'd be a lot of bankrupt municipalities. Is that correct, Mr. Michelson?
Thank you, Councilmember Weezer, because that I do not believe that is what Councilmember Harris Dawson was saying, and that certainly was not what intended to be my response. I believe what Councilman Harris Dawson asked was I aware of it, Dave Michelson, was I aware of any instance where just simply transmitting a draft ordinance in and of itself exposed the city of LA to liability. In other words, the council is yet to adopt it. It's just simply a draft. It's a piece of paper. And I responded that I was not aware of any instance where liability arose simply because we drafted and transmitted if it has not been actually adopted. Now, folks may say it raises expectations among the community. I know a number of council members have mentioned that, but that's really all for you to address.
Yeah. Well, the issue was raised earlier whether the city would have financial liability should we pass laws above and beyond our authority. And I think the remedy for that is that someone who feels aggrieved would go to the courts and ask for a writ, an immediate writ, to stop us from implementing that law. But I don't think any remedy will make us financially liable. I just want to clarify that.
So if I might, Councilmember Weezer, if the question is if the city were to enact a law that was not legally sound, for instance, if the city was preempted from state law and therefore the city should never have adopted the law to begin with because of the preemption under state law, the city, in addition to what you mentioned, which is a court potentially, maybe even through injunctive relief, ordering the city to repeal that law, there potentially could be damages, monetary damages as well. A plaintiff could indicate that the law is in effect, however, for a number of months, and they lost revenue, and the revenue they lost has now caused them to lose their property because they could not make their mortgage payment. There are theories by which damage claims could come forward. It's speculation because I'm not the plaintiff. I'm not bringing the action. You never know what course litigation can take. But to simply say that, no, there's no potential for monetary damages in that instance, I would say it's not accurate. There is the potential for monetary damages. It's just hard, A, to quantify, and B, to kind of figure out when it may materialize.
Great, thank you. It'd be interesting to look at, should we move forward and people still feel that we are acting beyond our authority, whether there would be significant damage, financial damages imposed upon the city in such cases. I thought I read somewhere that when we implement broad policy, there are otherwise there's damages such as, court fees, et cetera. But it'd be interesting to look at that and have a response should we move forward. But I'll hold that as a request should we move forward with these motions. Secondly, on the issue of preemption, as I was reading the memo from the city attorney's office, I was kind of looking at things that where in fact there is a conflict, because I don't think there's any issue with us being duplicative of what the state is already doing. I'm sure there's a lot of laws right now, ordinances on the books right now where we duplicate what the state is doing. And I think there has to be a conflict by which the state outright either prohibits local municipalities from implementing laws that are in conflict with the state, and or we going above and beyond what was intended by the state law. But in your analysis here, not looking at what's duplicative, but looking at those items that actually are in conflict with state law, can you just mention those briefly so we're very clear what items what issues we're talking about in the three motions in 37, 38, and 39? What is actually in conflict? Because the memo pointed out some things where we would duplicate, but what areas do we actually conflict with the state?
Thank you, Councilmember Huizar. David Michelson, City Attorney. I'm going to try to refrain from going into detail as to the confidential report, but I can, I think, still address your question the following way. Preemption comes about through a number of different avenues. There can be preemption, which is often the case, simply because the state of California has fully occupied the field, period. It doesn't matter if the local's conflicting with its local ordinance. The mere fact that the state has fully occupied the field, either expressly or implicitly, means locals cannot engage, even if the locals are engaging in a way that's complementary or avoiding a conflict. And I will just actually point to a part of the 12-page memo from Public Counsel, which I would say two things. One, the memo actually does point out that under the case Perkinfield versus City of Berkeley, a 1976 case, the California Supreme Court actually held in overturning a Berkeley ordinance where Berkeley tried to require a certificate of eviction before a landlord could evict. The Supreme Court said, no, you cannot do that, Berkeley. And Public Counsel's own memo talks about this in a footnote and says the court held that state law governing unlawful detainer procedures fully occupied the field of landlords' possessory remedies and therefore preempted the city's requirement for a certificate of eviction. So when the state fully occupies the field, locals have to stay out, unless and until the governor or the legislature decides to suspend some aspect of the state law to allow the locals to engage, which this governor has already done on a number of occasions, as you know. I'll also just mention that later on in the Public Counsel memo, where the Public Counsel is talking about the preemption issue with respect to Costa-Hawkins, the Public Counsel memo is somewhat tepid as to even Public Counsel's opinion as to preemption. We are not tepid. We're telling you, and I think every government lawyer up and down the state of California who works for any city or county will tell you the same thing. Costa-Hawkins state has clearly occupied the field, and locals can only engage if the governor or legislature suspend. Councilmember Koretz alluded to that, and I think he was right. So again, preemption can be a complicated legal construct, but typically when the state has fully occupied the field, locals have to stay out.
So with respect to these three motions, would you say that preemption, the state has occupied the field with respect to all these motions?
So with respect to 37, motion 37, calling for the prohibition on rent increases for all residential units above and beyond RSO protected units. Yes, that's a preemption issue. It's Costa-Hawkins state law. With respect to motion 38, where the motion seeks to, in the first I therefore clause, essentially prevent a landlord from seeking payment of back rent through the unlawful detainer process, which otherwise is allowed under California law. California law has occupied that field. Preemption is in place.
And that's duplicative, though, what we're trying to do there, correct, with the state?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
38, number 38, we are duplicating what the state is already. Well,
not just, that would actually be a direct conflict because under the state's law, under the California Code of Civil Procedure, a landlord clearly can file an unlawful detainer process and complaint in court to seek payment of back rent. And if I understand this motion correctly, this motion seeks to preclude that from happening. The landlord could no longer seek the payment of back owed rent through the unlawful detainer process. That's clearly California law allows for that, and a local government would be, I think, hard-pressed to take that away because of preemption issues.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cedillo.
Madam Chair. Unmuted. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the discussion and the debate. This is a very serious matter. I am a renter, and I live in a district where 90% of the people who are here are renters. And so I think it's compelling for us to be as bold as we can be. And I want us to do that. I've asked us to do that many times. But I also think it's important to know the limits and to know that because circumstances are so challenging right now, because they're so challenging, that we do the right thing in making sure that we don't raise false hopes. And I think that's very important. Mr. O'Farrell today was particularly eloquent, and I'll just attach myself to his comments. But I will say that it's important for us to understand our limits and the limits of the law. Many of the things, as I always ask, what problem are we trying to solve? And so we want to solve the challenge of evictions. We've done that. We have perhaps the most far-reaching, within the law, the most far-reaching prevention of evictions anywhere. Now we've heard that people are scared, that landlords are acting in ways that we find repulsive. People are putting notices. Let me say this to you. We have to understand there's no law that can be written that will stop criminal activity. Think about that. We can't write a law that says, okay, it's illegal to kill somebody. People still kill people. It's illegal to evict people. There will still be people who will try to evict people. So we can write the best laws, but you're talking about behavior that you believe, and we falsely believe, that it's going to stop this behavior. It is not. There are some people who are still going to try to evict people. There are going to be bullies. There are going to be landlords who are going to try to take advantage of people. Whatever nuance we're fighting over here, it's not going to solve that problem. It's just not. The laws that we have, and we heard from Judicial Council, are strong enough to protect us from all evictions right now. It's not possible. It's not feasible. Now, I appreciate all this stuff, but I do have some challenges with it, and some of it has to do with reality, right? So right now we know that half the city, half the county is unemployed. I would say about 85% of people are paying their rent. I think it's false for us to tell people they don't have to pay their rent. We want people to pay their rent. Many people are working, they should pay their rent. There are some who are more challenged than others in the city, and we know that. And the solution to that is not going to be some law that we make, but it actually is going to be creating more housing, more affordable housing, so people have a place to live. So that should be where we put our energy. We have to make a decision here, or whether or not we want to make a proclamation that sounds great, or whether or not we want to do the real hard work. And I have a sense of that. You know, I spent the entirety and beyond of my legislative career pursuing driver's license for immigrant motorists. I have a sense of that. You know what? We lost in the first committee. It took us about 2 years just to get it on the assembly side. But there was a commitment there to make it happen. That's where the real work is. You know, there was a challenge to Costa-Hawkins a few years ago. People went up to the legislature, it died in the first committee, and they've never been back. You know, that's the hard work that needs to be done. Not putting on colorful t-shirts and honking your horn and, you know, making noise. I mean, that's fine. But we're legislators here. We have to do the hard work. We have to be responsible, respectful of our constituents, tell them the truth, let them know. And I will say this, telling them the truth is very critical to giving people peace, to giving them understanding to what our limits are. And saying, look, you know where our work needs to be done right now? In Washington, D.C. And Mr. Harris-Dawson was right. Landlords and tenants aren't equal, but also, unless we have the landlords, we don't have the tenants. And that's why us focusing our work on the Landlord-Tenant Protection Act is really where all this energy and much of this energy needs to go. So my objection to spending time on drawing up ordinances, our attorney can do that. But is that where we want to focus our energy? Why are we having this discussion and not a strategic discussion about how we move the agenda that we know will solve the problem? That's harder work. That takes more time. That's less glamorous. But you know what? That's where the real solutions come from. And so, as I don't disagree with any of this, and I represent 90% of the tenants, and I'm willing, when appropriate, to even seize somebody's property. But what I don't want to do is waste our time, because we don't have time to waste, because conditions are so dire, because people are challenged, because we are in a crisis. I don't have time, and we don't have time to waste with things that we know are not legal, and that then could have an adverse consequence on the people we say we're trying to help. An adverse consequence in a very real way, an adverse consequence to the city. This is not something that's modest. When we pursue something that's illegal, there's an actions brought against us when we know, it's been argued that we know that we are pursuing this and it's not legal, and these actions come against us, then we impact our ability to serve the people that we're honored to serve, to respond to the crises and the needs of the people that we're honored to respond with. And so, in conclusion, let me suggest that there are some elements of this in which we can move forward, but there are some elements of this that we just need to address and move forward and move on, because this is not the resolution. We are in city government, and we should do all that we can, and I believe that we are. We should be as bold as we can, and I believe we are, but we shouldn't delude ourselves. We are not activists who can afford the infatuation and delusion that taking place right now out in the community. We have to be responsible, have real solutions to real problems, like we say in our office all the time. That's what we're called here for to do in the city of Los Angeles. We aren't congressional members. We aren't state representatives. We aren't U.S. senators. We should do all that we can, set the example, lead by being responsible and bold and forward-looking, and call upon our legislative colleagues to do what they can. Let's be honest. Let's be truthful to the people we represent. There is no problem in telling them this is all that we can do at this point. And let's do that so that we can use our resources and energy protecting them, giving them the resources they need during this critical time period. But let's not give them any false hope, because that would be inconsistent with the things that we say we're trying to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Thank you very much. And Gil, I appreciate exactly what you're saying. It's irresponsible to offer a solution that goes beyond our legal authority. It offers false hope and potentially real risks for our city. I don't want to rehash the old ground, but when I spoke at the beginning, I mentioned an amendment, mentioned two amendments, and I wanted to make sure that I formally put them on the table because I mentioned them in passing. So I want to make it clear and ask for a second on motion on 39 that would basically say, okay, we'll put this expansion of health and safety for the here and now during the pandemic. But after the pandemic is over, when the Judicial Council comes back, we have to go strictly to the authority that was given to us by the governor's police powers, by the police powers that were given to us by the governor's executive order. And the reason why I think we can do this is because the Judicial Council has already acted in terms of the evictions now, so we're just making it absolutely clear to deal with the issue that Mr. Bonin and Mr. Rue brought up of tenants somehow not being sure when they get a notice to quit that they're going to somehow be evicted. We'll make it very clear by saying during the pandemic it is health and safety. But we will also make it clear by saying that when the Judicial Council opens up the courts and evictions are again permitted under state law, evictions for reasons other than those enumerated in our law, LAMC 49992, and that are otherwise permissible under applicable law shall be allowable, even if the conduct giving rise to the eviction occurred during the state of emergency. So if you do something in your apartment that's you destroy it, or you decide just not to pay the rent, even though you have not been economically impacted, proceedings can move forward once the Judicial Council comes forward. So I'd like to get a second on that.
I'll second that.
Great.
Was that Mr. Buscaino or Mr. Koretz?
And then last thing, I wanted to make sure we did a formal motion to bifurcate.
Mr. Buscaino. Hold on, give me just a second. I just to verify who seconded his motion. Mr. Buscaino?
Buscaino, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Go ahead.
And then second, I just want to make sure we bifurcate the RSO ordinance in 37, because there is something legal that we can do there. So I've moved that we bifurcate it. And I would support A of that, but not B.
Second.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Farrell, did you just second that as well? Thank you. Is there anything else, Mr. Bloomfield?
That's it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. O'Farrell? Mr. O'Farrell, we can't hear you. You need to unmute yourself.
There we go. Thank you. I want to thank and acknowledge Councilmember Cedillo for what you said, your remarks. Coming from the state Senate, the state Assembly, and now on the Los Angeles City Council for 7 years, that adds up to, I think, 20 some odd years of knowing how government works at the state level and at the local level. And I think that your words really spoke to that experience, and is something that we all needed to hear, quite frankly, because we all share the frustration of not being able to do enough to protect everyone. It's very, very just heart-wrenching for us. And we need to acknowledge that and not deny that feeling that we have. So I want to thank you for your remarks. We depend on wise counsel from a variety of sources at times like this, whether it be our city attorney's office and Mr. Michelson and his colleagues for researching state law and the jurisdictional capabilities in the time of this pandemic, or whether it's a tenured elected official who has served in the state and now the city. So that's very much appreciated. My question, Mr. Michelson, and it looks like we're going to perhaps deal with some of these one at a time, and maybe into the bifurcation. Whatever we may or may not, well, whatever we may approve to be drafted for an ordinance, but of course we're not approving any ordinances right now. Is there a way that you can come back with a determination on form and legality? We've had this robust conversation about jurisdictional authorities, and you've made it very clear with your report about where those authorities lie and what some of the consequences are should we act outside of our authority. So my ask is, whatever we may approve this evening, could it also come back with a memo on form and legality? In other words, the ability to effectively enforce. That is what I would ask. And Mr. Michelson, can you speak to that?
Thank you, Councilmember David Michelson. I'm not sure I fully understand the question, the relationship between form and legality, which under our city rules, the city attorney approves it to form and legality ordinances that we transmit. And I'm not sure how that ties into enforcement issues. So if I could ask you, if you'd be so kind as to clarify. Yeah, we lost the sound.
Thank you, Mr. Michelson. In other words, what can we legally, what will withstand legally? In other words, whatever we enact, if you could come back with a maybe more direct and specific determination of what we could legally enforce.
Again, Dave Michelson with City Attorney. I want to be responsive, Councilmember, to your question. I'm still struggling with it a little bit. To the extent that, well, I believe that the confidential report that our office submitted on Friday speaks directly to these three motions and tries to delineate where there are legal concerns. And if council were to proceed and adopt those ordinances, which is council's prerogative, and legal challenges were to ensue.
So Mr. Michelson, I get that.
Yeah,
but
okay,
if we adopt an ordinance, it would have to be to form and legality, correct?
Yeah, let me think about that. So our office transmits ordinances as to form and legality. We sign those ordinances to form and legality. Nothing precludes legally, I believe, the council from proceeding even without form and legality approved as to our office. There's risk in obviously doing so. And those risks are sort of tied up as to these three motions in the confidential report we submitted on Friday.
Okay, so I'm hearing that you've pretty much opined all you're going to then. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, and so let me try it this way. I apologize because I do want to be responsive to your question. When our office approves it to form and legality, that means the lawyers for the city of Los Angeles have signed off and believes that the law to be adopted by council and enacted into the law books, whether it's the Los Angeles Municipal Code or Los Angeles Administrative Code, will be legal and will likely survive judicial scrutiny. That is what the sort of meaning of that form and legality signifies. Without that form and legality signed off by our office, it indicates that we have very significant concerns as to that ordinance, if it were to be enacted, surviving in a court of law.
Okay, so an attachment of not being in compliance with form and legality would apply to any of these potential ordinances.
Well, for instance, the ordinance that's sought in the first moving clause in 37, we certainly could approve it to form and legality, dealing with prohibiting increases in rent on RSO. That's what the mayor's already done in his order, is already his law in that respect. But there are other aspects, certainly, of 37, 38, and 39, which has been robustly discussed today, that does provide the legal concern and would impose upon our ability to sign off as to form and legality.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, Councilman.
Okay, Mr. Bonin to close, and then I'm going to ask for a short recess so that we could sort out the different motions and come back into session. So, Mr. Bonin?
Thanks, Madam President. And please note, I don't know if I got a second on it, but earlier I did make a motion. I don't know if it's appropriate to this item or if it needs to be done separately for the council to vote to release the city attorney's memo and waive attorney-client privilege. I don't know if I got a second on that or not, but it's a motion that I put
Okay, repeat your motion one more time.
The motion was to waive attorney-client privilege and make public the city attorney's memo to the city council on this matter.
I'll second that.
Who's the second?
Spirit of transparency.
That was Mr. Harris Dawson.
Okay, got it.
So just to close, a few quick notes and a couple quick questions to the city attorney. First of all, again, colleagues, thank you for this discussion. I know it's been tense, it's been contentious, and it's felt somewhat divisive, but on a light note, I do want to note that I have been able to do something which I didn't know was possible. We have brought Mr. Cedillo and Mr. O'Farrell into a mutual admiration society, which I count as a win. Although I will note, Gil, my fellow Bernie supporter, that I think you accidentally paraphrased Hillary Clinton when you were talking about the proposal as unrealistic and false hope. But to Mr. Cedillo's point about, we can't stop illegal behavior. Of course not, but we try our best to do it through the passage of laws. One thing we can certainly do, though, by passing an eviction moratorium that prohibits the serving of a 3-day notice, is that we can end and we can stop confusion. Because right now, the biggest problem with the 3-day notice is the people who are getting them do not know whether or not they are covered by our eviction protections or not. If it is abundantly clear that the service of that notice, the taping it to the door, is not legal, then that is very easy for attorneys to explain, for neighbors to explain, for tenant rights activists to explain, for us to explain. It's a very simple standard. I'm intrigued by Mr. Blumenfield's proposal. If I don't know that I'm going to vote in favor of it, but if it were part of the package, I'd still certainly support. I'll take more than half a loaf over nothing. But I did have a question for the city attorney's office, because I think kind of what this dispute legally gets down to is a question of what authority we have under the state of emergencies that the governor has proclaimed and the mayor has proclaimed in the California Emergency Services Act. Is it, and this is not a pointed question, it's a genuine one. Is it the city attorney's opinion that that our emergency powers and our police powers related to housing and taking measures to protect public safety do not supersede state housing laws?
This is Dave Michelson, city attorney. The city's police powers, while significant, are not boundless. I have not looked at that particular issue, and our office would be happy to if that's the will of the council. But very importantly, folks need to understand that counties and cities do not have boundless authority when it comes to the use of their police powers, and there's a lot of case law out there on that. And if I might very briefly, with respect to waiving the attorney-client privilege as to our confidential report, we would strongly recommend against that for the following reason. It is possible that this council will decide to move forward on one or more of these ordinances. I don't know. But if you do, and you've also waived the attorney-client privilege on that confidential report, it will be used against the city when we try to defend those ordinances in court. So
Dude, you haven't said anything different on the record than you did in the memo, though.
Well, no, I appreciate that, but I don't necessarily agree with that. I think there's certainly more in that confidential report in terms of an analysis. It is always a balancing act. We are trying our best to be responsive to the questions and the needs of your council to help, guide you in these tough decisions while still protecting that attorney-client. It's always a challenge, and my own personal belief is to be as candid as we can while still guarding the attorney-client privilege.
I don't think it's fair to the council members who are hinging their vote on that opinion, but that's up to them, and it'll be a vote. All right, well, I'll just wrap it up with that. I mean, I think there's a very strong difference of opinion on whether or not the local jurisdictions in the state of California have any ability to supersede state housing law under the California Emergency Services Act and under the state of emergency. I would submit that there's plenty of evidence that they can. If you don't believe the memo that we have been provided by public interest attorneys, I'd refer you to actions that other jurisdictions have taken where their counsel has determined that that power does exist. Noting city attorney really just conceded they did not look very carefully into that. I would also note that here in our own jurisdiction, we have already had the mayor do something under his emergency powers that conflicts with state housing law by suspending evictions under the Ellis Act. So I think in many different ways, the precedent is there, and I think it's an action that we can take, and I think it's a measure that we can take to help a whole hell of a lot of people in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we take a recess, Mr. Lee, did you want to add something?
I just wanted, thank you, Madam President. I just want to caution this council on waiving attorney-client privilege on this issue. That is something I don't want to set that precedent where in the future we're put in a position of whether or not to release, something that is, that our attorneys are meant, for us. So I'm asking that. I don't know if we've ever done that before, Councilman Bonin, but I'm asking that we don't set that sort of precedent moving forward.
Okay.
I believe we have done so, but the attorney could probably answer that.
Dave Michelson, not to my recollection. It's possible as I get older that I have a fading memory, but I do not believe this council has ever waived attorney-client. Again, with the caveat that maybe I forgot, but it's certainly not common, obviously.
We'll look it up during the break.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute recess so that we can put together the motions and give our city clerk time to organize that and come back and take this vote. Thank you.
Like I did my yoga this morning. You should have trained me on that. Oh, thank you. I love Laura too. Hopefully, we won't be here this long that I need to eat it.
Members, can you please get back to your seats so we can start? Okay, members, we're back in session. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Blumenfield.
Like Hawaii.
Councilmember Blumenfield. Bonin.
Bonin here.
Buscaino.
Yes, ma'am.
Cedillo.
Here.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson present.
Weezer.
Here.
Koretz. Councilmember Koretz. Councilmember Krikorian is recused. Lee.
Here.
Oh. Oops, Koretz. Oh, Koretz is here. Okay. Lee.
Here.
Martinez.
I'm here.
O'Farrell. Councilmember O'Farrell.
Present.
Councilmember Price is recused. Rodriguez.
Here.
Rue.
Here.
Weston. Councilmember Weston.
Weston here.
Is Mr. Blumenfield back?
What did she say? What did she say?
All right, Mr. Blumenfield, are you here? Just need to, Mr. Blumenfield, are you here? Mr. Blumenfield, are you here?
Bob, I see him.
I do too, but he needs to say aye. Mr. Blumenfield, can you hear us?
I don't think he can hear us.
There you are. Mr. Blumenfield, just want to make sure you're there. Okay, he seems to be there, so is that, we're gonna have to go with that. So, all right, members, we're gonna prepare to vote on items 38, 39, 37, 38, and 39. Why don't we go and start with item 37 first? Mr. Blumenfield, you've requested to bifurcate this item, so I will go ahead and do that without objection. So let's start with Mr. Rue and Mr. Bonin's amending motion. Did you want to read that into the record, please?
Yes, Madam President. The first vote on item 37 would be on the amending motion, Rue Bonin, which would change the effective time on both ordinances from effective until 90 days to effective until 360 days.
Okay, I'm requesting an aye vote on this. Let's go ahead and take the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Come over here, look at my shirt.
Koretz. Koretz.
Aye.
Councilmember Krikorian is recused. Next is Lee.
Just point of clarification, this is for the RSO?
Correct.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Councilmember Price is recused. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
13 ayes. This amendment passes.
Okay, what's next?
And Madam President, since the motion to bifurcate A and B has been adopted, the next vote would be on 37A.
Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll.
37A.
37A, did you want to clarify that?
The RSO.
I can read that for the record.
Sure.
The next vote then is on 37A, which reads, to prepare and present an ordinance freezing rent increases on occupied rental units that are subject to the city's rent stabilization ordinance, retroactive to the implementation of the Mayor's March 4th, 2020 declaration of a local emergency, and effective until 360 days after the end of the declaration of a local emergency.
Okay, so we're voting on 37A as amended, correct? Okay, go ahead and call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Yes.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. Councilmember Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Sorry.
Councilmember Koretz.
Yes.
Councilmember Krikorian is recused. Next, Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Councilmember Price is recused. Next, Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
13 ayes. This item passes as amended.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and vote on item 37B. Do you want to read that into the record, please?
Yes, and for clarification, that is the final vote on this matter. 37B is to prepare and present an ordinance freezing rent increases on all residential rental units not controlled, regulated, or subsidized by a governmental unit, agency, or authority, retroactive to the implementation of the Mayor's March 4th, 2020 declaration of a local emergency, effective until 360 days after the end of the declaration of a local emergency, and call on the state to lift any legal barriers that would need to be suspended in order to effectuate the freeze.
Please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Field, no.
No. Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
No.
Cedillo.
No.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Yes.
Councilmember Krikorian is recused. Next, Lee.
No.
Martinez.
No.
O'Farrell.
No.
Councilmember Price is recused. Next, Rodriguez.
No.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
Six ayes, 7 noes. This matter fails.
Okay, Madam Clerk, what's next? Item number 38.
Yes, item number 38, and that is before council as amended by motion Bonin Wesson. That motion was to strike consumer debt from the first moving clause.
Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Field, no.
Bonin.
Bonin, yes.
Buscaino.
No.
Cedillo.
No.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Yes.
Councilmember Krikorian is recused. Next, Lee.
No.
Martinez.
No.
O'Farrell.
No.
Councilmember Price is recused. Next, Rodriguez.
No.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
Well, you've got clearly.
Six ayes, 7 noes. This item fails.
Okay, let's move on to item 37. Can you please read that into the, I'm sorry, 39.
Madam President?
Yes, Mr. Bonin?
On this item, I'm willing to accept Mr. Blumenfield's and Mr. Koretz's motions as friendly if that expedites matters.
Mr. Blumenfield?
Yeah, actually, Madam Speaker, I'm actually going to withdraw my my motion. During the break, I had a long conversation with the city attorney and was convinced that even what I was trying to do, we don't have the authority and puts us in legal jeopardy. I do want to deal with the issues that were brought up during the pandemic, and I'm going to do it by a different means, which is a Rule 16 motion, a separate motion dealing with requiring landlords only to use the tenant notices that HCIT puts out to try to deal with some of those problematic comments that the landlords are sending to the tenants. But given the conversation, I don't want to put us in further jeopardy, so I'm withdrawing my amendment.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, go ahead and read what we're voting on item number 39.
Yes, so on item number 39, at this point we could take one vote, and that would be item 39 as amended by the motion Koretz-Rue. The motion Koretz-Rue was to amend the LA Municipal Code section 49.22.2.a to add the following language. Under no circumstances shall an owner require financial documentation in order to establish a repayment plan. Any disputes as to a tenant's eligibility for the protections set forth in this section are not subject to the arbitrary judgment of an owner and shall be resolved by the Housing and Community Investment Department.
Okay, go ahead and take the roll.
Blumenfield,
Blumenfield, no.
Bonin,
Bonin,
aye.
Buscaino,
No.
Cedillo,
No.
Harris Dawson,
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer,
Yes.
Koretz.
Yes.
Councilmember Krikorian is recused. Next, Lee.
No.
Martinez.
No.
O'Farrell.
No.
Councilmember Price is recused. Next, Rodriguez.
No.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
Six ayes, 7 no. This item fails.
Okay, Madam Clerk, what do we have before us now?
There is one additional motion for all three items, 37, 38, and 39. That was a motion made by Mr. Bonin, seconded by Harris Dawson, and that was to waive attorney-client privilege and make a city attorney's memo public.
Okay, let's go and prepare to vote on that. Open the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, no.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
No.
Cedillo.
No.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
No.
Councilmember Krikorian is recused. Next, Lee.
No.
Martinez.
No.
O'Farrell.
No.
Councilmember Price is recused. Next, Rodriguez.
No.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson. Councilmember Wesson. Councilmember Wesson.
No.
Okay. 4 ayes, 9 noes. This matter fails.
Okay, members, okay, Madam Clerk, we have a special one, is that right? So do you want to go ahead and read that?
A special one would have 2 votes. The first vote, someone would need to speak to the findings.
Mr. City Attorney? Because Ms. Rodriguez, do you want to speak to the findings?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Madam President. There was a circumstance that transpired in my district that occurred following the posting of our agenda, and I'm requesting that we determine that as provided in Government Code 54954.2 and pursuant to Rule 23 of the Rules of the City Council, that there is a need to take immediate action on this matter, and that the need for action came to the attention after the posting of today's council agenda. There was a circumstance in which an individual tragically was killed, pinned between 2 vehicles at a food pantry in my district. And we know that many of these pantries are being hosted throughout the city of Los Angeles. As a result, I'd like to instruct LAPD and DOT to take immediate action to implement traffic safety measures at the food banks to protect volunteer and community members, and to again, assure that both DOT and the Los Angeles Police Department can make one visitation to these distribution sites to assure that proper safety protocols are in place so that we take every preventative measure from this type of tragedy happening again.
Okay, members, let's prepare to vote on the findings. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes, this matter passes.
Okay, members, before we can vote on this item, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Members who wish to speak on Special 1, you need to stick to this agenda item.
Okay, well, I'm actually.
Let's go ahead. Speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there? Okay, next speaker, are you there? Next speaker?
Yes, Mommy, I'm here.
You're speaking on Special 1?
Talk about Special 1. Can you hear me, Mommy? Mommy. Is trouble me? Taking they pin you up against those food fucking carts when you're trying to eat a burrito.
Can you just speak to Special 1 or I'm going to ask you to hang up?
I was trying to eat a burrito, but they pinned them up. I support Mommy Monica's motion.
You're not speaking on Special 1. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Next speaker? Okay, we don't have any other speakers, so I will go ahead and close public comment. Let's prepare to vote on this item. Please call the roll.
And Madam President, for the record, Special 1 instructs the LADOT in coordination with the LAPD to develop general traffic operational guidelines that can improve safety at food pantry locations by providing proper ingress, queuing, loading, and egress protocols. It additionally instructs LADOT in coordination with LAPD to conduct site visits to each food pantry and consult with the event coordinator or their designated safety staff member to verify compliance with the traffic operational guidelines.
Okay, please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Aye.
Krikorian. Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez. Councilmember Rodriguez. Aye.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes, this matter passes.
Okay. That concludes all items for today, correct? We have 2 scheduled closed session items.
Correct.
So-
Items 73 and 74.
Okay, we got 73 and 74. So at this time, I'm going to ask our ITA to please prepare the.
Well done, and thank you on behalf of a grateful county. It doesn't matter whether you're an LAUSD student, it doesn't matter whether you go to public or independent schools, you can avail yourselves of this, and there's food for everyone. So go to achieve.lausd.net/resources to find out where those locations are closest to you.
We recognize that in times of stress, that family violence can increase. We want to hear from victims of violent crime, and we want to remind every victim, every survivor, that we have a place for you. You do not have to be home. You do not have to be secluded or isolated with someone who is committing violence upon you.
We have expanded our domestic violence services and beds in this period to be ready for anybody who needs a safe place to be. And for anybody who is stuck in a situation of domestic violence and may fear picking up a phone where you are, you can use your phone now to text 911. We're one of the first jurisdictions in the country to have that, and you can text the help that you need, and we will make sure that you get what you need. We promise that we will get through this together.
The remainder of the school year will be completed in the current remote fashion, and we will hold summer school in a similar manner. At least for now. Francis Suavillo, the student representative on Los Angeles Unified's school board, has been leading a group of students at my request to come up with recommendations on how we appropriately celebrate what, for the class of 2020, has been a lifetime of hard work. Please text NEED to 76278 or visit lastudentsmostinneed.org if you're able to help. We will not reopen school facilities until state and local health authorities tell us how it is safe and appropriate to do so.
We do need to begin to think about how we will reopen the economy. There's so much suffering going on out there. They don't know if they'll be able to feed the family. They don't know if they'll be able to make the rent. They don't know if they're going to get through this, even if COVID-19 doesn't get them. And no matter when we promise assistance from Washington, we know that it simply won't be enough. You can sign up at hcrc.org
ID, HCID, HCIDLA.lacity.org. And you can call 213-252-3040. So much of what we're doing is focused on the immediate impacts of COVID-19, how it's affecting our health, our safety, our economic security. But we can't stop thinking about the investments we need to support the health of our communities over the long run. So I want to reinforce one thing tonight, that if you're at home and you don't know what to do tonight, and you haven't done it yet, fill out the census.
Who should be counted in the 2020 census?
Everybody.
Everybody.
Everyone. Everybody. Obviously.
This is probably the most important duty because it projects your voice.
Every single person counts.
Right now, around the nation, we have about 49.4% of households that have already responded. Here in LA, only 40% of us have filled that census out. So please go to census.gov and fill it out now. In emergencies like this, those dollars that we get to save the lives and the livelihoods of people depend on how many people they say are here. Don't give that money away to another part of the country. Make sure that you're counted. Los Angeles reacted swiftly to COVID-19, and that quick response also extended to our budget. Myself and my staff included, even as I have declared, though, a state of fiscal emergency, we will not compromise on those things that you depend on government delivering. We will not compromise on our response to COVID-19, not one fewer test, not one fewer paramedic getting you to the hospital when you need to be delivered. Let me be clear, investments that keep our neighborhoods safe, that keep our streets clean, that keep our families housed, that keep our children and our seniors fed, these are not open for compromise or cut. There's nothing I care more about than the services that we provide. I've dedicated my life to that. And every single dollar I could ever find, I know what the impact is on the streets of LA. If we say that this money isn't there, it's because it's not there, and you deserve that truth. I've never before hesitated to assure you that our city is strong, but I won't say those words tonight. Our city is under attack. Our daily life is unrecognizable. Our city is hurting. We are grieving our dead. But we are not broken. Our city is ready. So the real question, the real test, is how we will come back. Our hearts, Los Angeles, are stronger than ever, and we are the city of angels, and we will fly again.
There are things in every city that speaks to the heart and soul of every community. In San Francisco, it is the Golden Gate Bridge. In Chicago, it's the Beam. In New York, it is the Statue of Liberty. In South Los Angeles, it's the Watts Towers. Hi, my name is Rosie Lee Hooks. I'm director of the Watts Towers Arts Center campus. Come visit the Watts Towers Arts Center campus, where you'll see exhibitions, the Watts Towers of Simon Ordeer, our garden studio with turtles and tortoises and California natives. This massive man-made sculpture is made of steel, covered with mortar, and embellished with mosaic tiles, glass, clay, shells, and rocks. The Watts Towers are truly unique and received Cultural Heritage Monument status from the City of Los Angeles in 1963. Like the community, the Watts Towers have a strong foundation and recycles different types of materials to create something breathtakingly beautiful. The Watts Towers Art Center is a guardian of the Watts Towers. It provides programs designed for cultural enrichment and museum and art education to the Los Angeles community and the world at large. With the recent adoption of the South Los Angeles and Southeast Los Angeles community plans, the Watts Towers Art Center community will continue to shine and serve as the pulse of the community.
You're arriving at Los Angeles International Airport in beautiful Southern California. One of the first things you will see as you are landing is the ever-iconic LAX theme building. The LAX theme building is a modern icon and recognized worldwide as the space-age landmark of one of the world's youngest and most influential cities. Designed by architectural firm Piera and Luckman, the building was completed in 1961 and features an observation deck in the Bob Hope USA. The spider-like appearance of the building is a playful and futuristic design illusion, created by topping 4 steel reinforced concrete legs with stucco. The building received cultural historic status from the City of Los Angeles for its distinguishing characteristics, which are valuable to the study of that period's style and method of construction. It is also an example of mid-century modern Googie architecture. The LAX theme building serves as the symbolic gateway to Los Angeles, and the futuristic design is intended to convey new prosperity and the embrace of technological innovation. It has been and continues to be a constant reminder of Los Angeles' drive to be the city of tomorrow.
Not sure who to contact in Los Angeles when you have to request bulky item pickup, graffiti removal, report animal-related services, notify the city of illegal dumping, pothole repair, street sweeping, find city resources, pay your LADWP bill, and so on and so on and so on. Well, thanks to the updated MyLA 311 app, you have the answer to all your questions in the palm of your hand. Just visit the App Store on iOS or the Google Play Store on Android and download the free MyLA 311 app. How does it work? Well, let's take a bulky item, for example. It's way too big to fit in your car, right? Just open up the app, touch the Create a Service Request tab, and this takes you to the Create Service Request page. Under Popular Service Request, right on top of the list is Bulky Items. Touch the tab and a new window opens up. If the item does not belong to you, touch the No button and fill out the required information. Check this out. You can hold and drag to move the pin or enter the street address or intersection below. Moving the pin is handy when the location needed does not quite match up to the nearest address or intersection, such as along park trails, the LA River, or on vacant lots. Hit the Done button when you are ready to move forward. Our new MyLA 311 system will now inform you of other open service requests at the same location to avoid taking duplicate requests. Next, touch Details. You'll notice there's quite a selection of bulky items to choose from. Once the item and quantity are selected, you can help us by providing even further details by touching the Select location of the item. You can even add more than one item to this service request. Once all the items are added, touch Done. If you haven't registered for an account, we'll talk more about that in just a bit. You can enter your contact info or choose to submit anonymously. Next, you can add a photo by taking one using the app or by using an existing picture on your phone. It's especially helpful to city departments if you include comments about hard-to-find locations such as next to this address in the vacant lot under the palm tree. You'll notice a targeted service date has just been added. This is the date you will need to have your bulky items out on the curb by 5 a.m., if not out already. Then, all you need to do is hit Submit and confirm your service request, and you're done. A service request number will pop up. From here, you can create another request for this or another location, return to the home page, or exit the app. But before you go, you'll see we provided the information of the appropriate agency handling your specific request. This will help you follow up if necessary. Let's go back to the home page to check out some more details. Now, in order to view your service request, you first have to log on or register for an account. If you have an LADWP online account, you can use that login information. If not, you can still create your own MyLA 311 account. The process is very similar to most online accounts. You can also find city facilities near your current location by selecting the City Info icon. You can either enter an address or touch the funnel icon to narrow or expand your search. Simply select the areas or services you are looking for and then touch the icons that pop up on the map. You can look up information about city services from our City Services directory. Other options include city bill pay and even viewing city social media feeds using City Hall News. Now, if you prefer to use the service from your computer, simply go to lacity.org and click the 311 icon and then select your choice from the menu. MyLA 311. It puts the power of City Hall in your hands.
Not it. Again? Hey, Dad. Dad.
There are other ways of saving money and energy around your house. Did you know that LADWP is now offering cash rebates for you to retrofit your home to be more energy and water efficient? It's good for California, and it's good for Dad. Let's make California a better place to live, starting with our homes. To get your rebates, go to www.ladwp.com/save.
Not it.
My name is Ken Pratt, Deputy Executive Officer for Metro. Welcome to Union Station. Welcome to Union Station, the transportation hub in the heart of Los Angeles. This is your stop for LA history, art, and culture at the largest multimodal passenger terminal in the western United States. For millions of people traveling to and through the city of Los Angeles by train, Union Station will be a stop along their journey. Since opening in 1939, the Los Angeles Union Station has been regarded as the last of the great train stations. It is also considered one of LA's architectural gems, featuring a Mission Moderne style, an innovative blend of Spanish colonial, Mission Revival, and Art Deco architecture. Designed by a father-son architect team, John and Donald Parkinson, Union Station was created with the California lifestyle in mind. Union Station offers a spacious ticket concourse that includes a 110-foot-long American black walnut ticket counter, a waiting room with 40-foot windows adorned with brass, massive Art Deco chandeliers, inlaid marble floors, hand-painted mission tiles, and expansive shaded patios, towering palm trees, and a 100-foot clock tower. These architectural features, along with its history and cultural significance, have helped Union Station receive Historic Cultural Monument designation from the City of Los Angeles in 1972 and recognition by the National Register of Historic Places in 1980. Today, Union Station is more than just a transportation center. It is an experience for both visitors and commuters. It is home to the Trax Restaurant, one of the city's most unique formal culinary experiences, and the Imperial Western Beer Company and Streamliner Bar, as well as a variety of casual eateries. Artwork from locally renowned artists can also be seen throughout the station. Take the Metro or the Dash and enjoy the sights, bites, and culture of this architectural marvel and Los Angeles landmark. I am Ken Pratt, Deputy Executive Officer with Metro, and I invite you to come and discover Union Station.
The 2020 census is here, and no matter who you are or where you come from, if you live in the United States, you need to fill out the questionnaire and be counted. You have 3 ways to do it: online, over the phone, or by mail. For more information, visit census.lacity.org. El Censo 2020 está aquí y todos necesitamos llenar el cuestionario para obtener la financiación y la representación que merecemos. Es fácil participar en el conteo. Hay 3 formas de hacerlo: en línea, sobre el teléfono o por correo. Para obtener más información sobre el censo, visite nuestro sitio web.
Many Angelenos are rightfully concerned about paying the rent. I want you to know that the city is here to help you. I signed the ordinance passed by the Los Angeles City Council, providing an emergency eviction moratorium for both residential and commercial tenants. The money owed by tenants won't magically disappear. As we rise to this moment, let us set our sights on the horizon, that we will march towards, and each one of us can say, looking back in these very darkest days, that we didn't picture how bad things would be in the future. We kept our eyes affixed on the hope and the help and the light that remains ahead. Tonight, I want to talk to you a little bit about protective face coverings. We are now recommending that Angelenos use homemade face coverings when they are in public and interacting with others. This isn't an excuse to suddenly all go out. You need to stay at home. But there's another group of people, the frontline workers. These are first responders, doctors, nurses, medical technicians. This is an N95 mask. This could save a doctor or nurse their life. And when the crisis gets worse, the last thing we want is for them not to have the life-saving equipment that they need so they can keep saving our lives. This will be the look. So let me lead as mayor and let people know this is how we're going to be seeing each other. With restaurants now exclusively serving takeout and delivery, that shift means that we need more quick loading zones. So tonight, I'd like to announce that our Department of Transportation is launching a new service to install temporary food pickup parking zones near restaurants. You can find the application at ladot.lacity.org/pickup zone. New signs will be supplied, installed free of charge, near restaurants and other food providers that apply and get approval. We want to do everything to keep these restaurants alive, and I encourage you, order from a nearby restaurant. I want to thank LA Unified School District for all that they continue to do to provide nutrition. LAUSD operates 63 grab-and-go food centers at school sites, and yesterday, for instance, distributed more than 435,000 meals. Well done, and thank you on behalf of a grateful county. It doesn't matter whether you're an LAUSD student, it doesn't matter whether you go to public or independent schools, you can avail yourselves of this, and there is food for everyone. So go to achieve.lausd.org
.net/resources to find out where those locations are closest to you.
We recognize that in times of stress, that family violence can increase. We want to hear from victims of violent crime, and we want to remind every victim, every survivor, that we have a place for you. You do not have to be home. You do not have to be secluded or isolated with someone who is committing violence upon you.
We have expanded our domestic violence services and beds in this period to be ready for anybody who needs a safe place to be. And for anybody who is stuck in a situation of domestic violence and may fear picking up a phone where you are, you can use your phone now to text 911. We're one of the first jurisdictions in the country to have that, and you can text the help that you need, and we will make sure that you get what you need. We promise that we will get through this together.
The remainder of the school year will be completed in the current remote fashion, and we will hold summer school in a similar manner. At least for now. Francis Suavillo, the student representative on Los Angeles Unified's school board, has been leading a group of students at my request to come up with recommendations on how we appropriately celebrate what, for the class of 2020, has been a lifetime of hard work. Please text NEED to 76278 or visit lastudentsmostinneed.org if you're able to help. We will not reopen school facilities until state and local health authorities tell us how it is safe and appropriate to do so.
We do need to begin to think about how we will reopen the economy. There's so much suffering going on out there. They don't know if they'll be able to feed the family. They don't know if they'll be able to make the rent. They don't know if they're going to get through this, even if COVID-19 doesn't get them. And no matter when we promised assistance from Washington, we know that it simply won't be enough. You can sign up at hcid.lacity.org, and you can call 213-252-3040. So much of what we're doing is focused on the immediate impacts of COVID-19, how it's affecting our health, our safety, our economic security. But we can't stop thinking about the investments we need to support the health of our communities over the long run. So I want to reinforce one thing tonight, that if you're at home and you don't know what to do tonight, and you haven't done it yet, fill out the census.
Who should be counted in the 2020 census?
Everybody.
Everybody. Everyone. Everybody. Obviously.
This is probably the most important duty because it projects your voice.
Every single person counts.
Right now, around the nation, we have about 49.4% of households that have already responded. Here in LA, only 40% of us have filled that census out. So please go to census.gov and fill it out now. In emergencies like this, those dollars that we get to save the lives and the livelihoods of people depend on how many people they say are here. Don't give that money away to another part of the country. Make sure that you're counted. Los Angeles reacted swiftly to COVID-19, and that quick response also extended to our budget. Myself and my staff included, even as I have declared, though, a state of fiscal emergency, we will not compromise on those things that you depend on government delivering. We will not compromise on our response to COVID-19, not one fewer test, not one fewer paramedic getting you to the hospital when you need to be delivered. Let me be clear, investments that keep our neighborhoods safe, that keep our streets clean, that keep our families housed, that keep our children and our seniors fed, these are not open for compromise or cut. There's nothing I care more about than the services that we provide. I've dedicated my life to that. And every single dollar I could ever find, I know what the impact is on the streets of LA. If we say that this money isn't there, it's because it's not there, and you deserve that truth. I've never before hesitated to assure you that our city is strong, but I won't say those words tonight. Our city is under attack. Our daily life is unrecognizable. Our city is hurting. We are grieving our dead. But we are not broken. Our city is ready. So the real question, the real test, is how we will come back. Our hearts, Los Angeles, are stronger than ever, and we are the city of angels, and we will fly again.
There are things in every city that speaks to the heart and soul of every community. In San Francisco, it is the Golden Gate Bridge. In Chicago, it's the Beam. In New York, it is the Statue of Liberty. In South Los Angeles, it's the Watts Towers. Hi, my name is Rosie Lee Hooks. I'm director of the Watts Towers Arts Center campus. Come visit the Watts Towers Arts Center campus, where you'll see exhibitions, the Watts Towers of Simon Ordia, our garden studio with turtles and tortoises and California natives. This massive man-made sculpture is made of steel, covered with mortar, and embellished with mosaic tiles, glass, clay, shells, and rocks. The Watts Towers are truly unique and receive cultural heritage monument status from the city of Los Angeles in 1963. Like the community, the Watts Towers have a strong foundation and recycles different types of materials to create something breathtakingly beautiful. The Watts Towers Art Center is a guardian of the Watts Towers, It provides programs designed for cultural enrichment and museum and art education to the Los Angeles community and the world at large. With the recent adoption of the South Los Angeles and Southeast Los Angeles community plans, the Watchtowers Arts Center community will continue to shine and serve as the pulse of the community.
You're arriving at Los Angeles International Airport in beautiful Southern California. One of the first things you will see as you're landing is the ever-iconic LAX theme building. The LAX theme building is a modern icon and recognized worldwide as the space-age landmark of one of the world's youngest and most influential cities. Designed by architectural firm Piera and Luckley, the building was completed in 1961 and features an observation deck and the Bob Hope USO. The spider-like appearance of the building is a playful and futuristic design illusion, created by topping 4 steel reinforced concrete legs with stucco. The building received cultural historic status from the city of Los Angeles for its distinguishing characteristics, which are valuable to the study of that period's style and method of construction. It is also an example of mid-century modern Googie architecture. The LAX theme building serves as the symbolic gateway to Los Angeles, and the futuristic design is intended to convey new prosperity and the embrace of technological innovation. It has been and continues to be a constant reminder of Los Angeles' drive to be the city of tomorrow.
Not sure who to contact in Los Angeles when you have to request bulky item pickup, graffiti removal, report animal-related services, notify the city of illegal dumping, pothole repair, street sweeping, find city resources, pay your LADWP bill, and so on and so on and so on. Well, thanks to the updated MyLA 311 app, you have the answer to all your questions in the palm of your hand. Just visit the App Store on iOS or the Google Play Store on Android and download the free MyLA 311 app. How does it work? Well, let's take a bulky item, for example. It's way too big to fit in your car, right? Just open up the app, touch the Create a Service Request tab, and this takes you to the Create Service Request page. Under Popular Service Request, right on top of the list is bulky items. Touch the tab and a new window opens up. If the item does not belong to you, touch the No button and fill out the required information. Check this out. You can hold and drag to move the pin or enter the street address or intersection below. Moving the pin is handy when the location needed does not quite match up to the nearest address or intersection, such as along park trails, the LA River, or on vacant lots. Hit the Done button when you are ready to move forward. Our new MyLA 311 system will now inform you of other open service requests at the same location to avoid taking duplicate requests. Next, touch Details. You'll notice there's quite a selection of bulky items to choose from. Once the item and quantity are selected, you can help us by providing even further details by touching the Select location of the item. You can even add more than one item to this service request. Once all the items are added, touch Done. If you haven't registered for an account, we'll talk more about that in just a bit. You can enter your contact info or choose to submit anonymously. Next, you can add a photo by taking one using the app or by using an existing picture on your phone. It's especially helpful to city departments if you include comments about hard-to-find locations such as next to this address in the vacant lot under the palm tree. You'll notice a targeted service date has just been added. This is the date you will need to have your bulky items out on the curb by 5 a.m., if not out already. Then, all you need to do is hit submit and confirm your service request, and you're done. A service request number will pop up. From here, you can create another request for this or another location, return to the home page, or exit the app. But before you go, you'll see we provided the information of the appropriate agency handling your specific request. This will help you follow up if necessary. Let's go back to the home page to check out some more details. Now, in order to view your service request, you first have to log on or register for an account. If you have an LADWP online account, you can use that login information. If not, you can still create your own MyLA 311 account. The process is very similar to most online accounts. You can also find city facilities near your current location by selecting the City Info icon. You can either enter an address or touch the funnel icon to narrow or expand your search. Simply select the areas or services you are looking for and then touch the icons that pop up on the map. You can look up information about city services from our City Services directory. Other options include city bill pay and even viewing city social media feeds using City Hall News. Now, if you prefer to use the service from your computer, simply go to lacity.org and click the 311 icon and then select your choice from the menu. MyLA 311. It puts the power of City Hall in your hands.
Not it. Not it. Again? Hey, Dad. Dad.
There are other ways of saving money and energy around your house. Did you know that LADWP is now offering cash rebates for you to retrofit your home to be more energy and water efficient? It's good for California, and it's good for Dad. Let's make California a better place to live, starting with our homes. To get your rebates, go to www.ladwp.com/save.
Not it. Not it.
My name is Ken Pratt, Deputy Executive Officer for Metro. Welcome to Union Station. Welcome to Union Station, the transportation hub in the heart of Los Angeles. This is your stop for LA history, art, and culture at the largest multimodal passenger terminal in the western United States. For millions of people traveling to and through the city of Los Angeles by train, Union Station will be a stop along their journey. Since opening in 1939, the Los Angeles Union Station has been regarded as the last of the great train stations. It is also considered one of LA's architectural gems, featuring a Mission Moderne style, an innovative blend of Spanish colonial, Mission Revival, and Art Deco architecture. Designed by a father-son architect team, John and Donald Parkinson, Union Station was created with the California lifestyle in mind. Union Station offers a spacious ticket concourse that includes a 110-foot-long American black walnut ticket counter, a waiting room with 40-foot windows adorned with brass, massive Art Deco chandeliers, inlaid marble floors, hand-painted Mission tiles, and expansive shaded patios, towering palm trees, and a 100-foot clock tower. These architectural features, along with its history and cultural significance, have helped Union Station receive Historic Cultural Monument designation from the City of Los Angeles in 1972 and recognition by the National Register of Historic Places in 1980. Today, Union Station is more than just a transportation center. It is an experience for both visitors and commuters. It is home to the Trax Restaurant, one of the city's most unique formal culinary experiences, and the Imperial Western Beer Company and Streamliner Bar, as well as a variety of casual eateries. Artwork from locally renowned artists can also be seen throughout the station. Take the Metro or the Dash and enjoy the sights, bites, and culture of this architectural marvel and Los Angeles landmark. I am Ken Pratt, Deputy Executive Officer with Metro, and I invite you to come and discover Union Station.
The 2020 census is here, and no matter who you are or where you come from, if you live in the United States, you need to fill out the questionnaire and be counted. You have 3 ways to do it: online, over the phone, or by mail. For more information, visit census.lacity.org. El Censo 2020 está aquí y todos necesitamos llenar el cuestionario para obtener la financiación y la representación que merecemos. Es fácil participar en el conteo. Hay 3 formas de hacerlo: en línea, sobre el teléfono o por correo. Para obtener más información sobre el censo, visite nuestro sitio web.
Many Angelenos are rightfully concerned about paying the rent. I want you to know that the city is here to help you. I signed the ordinance passed by the Los Angeles City Council, providing an emergency eviction moratorium for both residential and commercial tenants. The money owed by tenants won't magically disappear. As we rise to this moment, let us set our sights on the horizon that we will march towards, and each one of us can say, looking back in these very darkest days, that we didn't picture how bad things would be in the future. We kept our eyes affixed on the hope and the help and the light that remains ahead. Tonight, I want to talk to you a little bit about protective face coverings. We are now recommending that Angelenos use homemade face coverings when they are in public and interacting with others. This isn't an excuse to suddenly all go out. You need to stay at home. But there's another group of people, the frontline workers. These are first responders, doctors, nurses, medical technicians. This is an N95 mask. This could save a doctor or nurse their life. And when the crisis gets worse, the last thing we want is for them not to have the life-saving equipment that they need so they can keep saving our lives. This will be the look. So let me lead as mayor and let people know this is how we're going to be seeing each other. With restaurants now exclusively serving takeout and delivery, that shift means that we need more quick loading zones. So tonight, I'd like to announce that our Department of Transportation is launching a new service to install temporary food pickup parking zones near restaurants. You can find the application at ladot.lacity.org/pickup zone. New signs will be supplied, installed free of charge, near restaurants and other food providers that apply and get approval. We want to do everything to keep these restaurants alive, and I encourage you, order from a nearby restaurant. I want to thank LA Unified School District for all that they continue to do to provide nutrition. LAUSD operates 63 grab-and-go food centers at school sites, and yesterday, for instance, distributed more than 435,000 meals. Well done, and thank you on behalf of a grateful county. It doesn't matter whether you're an LAUSD student, it doesn't matter whether you go to public or independent schools, you can avail yourselves of this, and there is food for everyone. So go to achieve.lausd.net
www.llcity.org/resources to find out where those locations are closest to you.
We recognize that in times of stress, that family violence can increase. We want to hear from victims of violent crime, and we want to remind every victim, every survivor, that we have a place for you. You do not have to be home. You do not have to be secluded or isolated with someone who is committing violence upon you.
We have expanded our domestic violence services and beds in this period to be ready for anybody who needs a safe place to be. And for anybody who is stuck in a situation of domestic violence and may fear picking up a phone where you are, you can use your phone now to text 911. We're one of the first jurisdictions in the country to have that, and you can text the help that you need, and we will make sure that you get what you need. We promise that we will get through this together.
The remainder of the school year will be completed in the current remote fashion, and we will hold summer school in a similar manner. At least for now. Francis Suavillo, the student representative on Los Angeles Unified's school board, has been leading a group of students at my request to come up with recommendations on how we appropriately celebrate what, for the class of 2020, has been a lifetime of hard work. Please text NEED to 76278 or visit lastudentsmostinneed.org if you're able to help. We will not reopen school facilities until state and local health authorities tell us how it is safe and appropriate to do so.
We do need to begin to think about how we will reopen the economy. There's so much suffering going on out there. They don't know if they'll be able to feed the family. They don't know if they'll be able to make the rent. They don't know if they're going to get through this, even if COVID-19 doesn't get them. And no matter when we promised assistance from Washington, we know that it simply won't be enough. You can sign up at hcid.lacity.org, and you can call 213-252-3040. So much of what we're doing is focused on the immediate impacts of COVID-19, how it's affecting our health, our safety, our economic security. But we can't stop thinking about the investments we need to support the health of our communities over the long run. So I want to reinforce one thing tonight, that if you're at home and you don't know what to do tonight, and you haven't done it yet, fill out the census.
Who should be counted in the 2020 census?
Everybody.
Everybody. Everyone. Everybody. Obviously.
This is probably the most important duty because it projects your voice.
Every single person counts.
Right now, around the nation, we have about 49.4% of households that have already responded. Here in LA, only 40% of us have filled that census out. So please go to census.gov and fill it out now. In emergencies like this, those dollars that we get to save the lives and the livelihoods of people depend on how many people they say are here. Don't give that money away to another part of the country. Make sure that you're counted. Los Angeles reacted swiftly to COVID-19, and that quick response also extended to our budget. Myself and my staff included, even as I have declared, though, a state of fiscal emergency, we will not compromise on those things that you depend on government delivering. We will not compromise on our response to COVID-19, not one fewer test, not one fewer paramedic getting you to the hospital when you need to be delivered. Let me be clear, investments that keep our neighborhoods safe, that keep our streets clean, that keep our families housed, that keep our children and our seniors fed, these are not open for compromise or cut. There's nothing I care more about than the services that we provide. I've dedicated my life to that. And every single dollar I could ever find, I know what the impact is on the streets of LA. If we say that this money isn't there, it's because it's not there, and you deserve that truth. I've never before hesitated to assure you that our city is strong, but I won't say those words tonight. Our city is under attack. Our daily life is unrecognizable. Our city is hurting. We are grieving our dead. But we are not broken. Our city is ready. So the real question, the real test, is how we will come back. Our hearts, Los Angeles, are stronger than ever, and we are the city of angels, and we will fly again.
There are things in every city that speaks to the heart and soul of every community. In San Francisco, it is the Golden Gate Bridge. In Chicago, it's the Beam. In New York, it is the Statue of Liberty. In South Los Angeles, it's the Watts Towers. Hi, my name is Rosie Lee Hooks. I'm director of the Watts Towers Arts Center campus. Come visit the Watts Towers Arts Center campus, where you'll see exhibitions, the Watts Towers of Simon Ordia, our garden studio with turtles and tortoises and California natives. This massive man-made sculpture is made of steel, covered with mortar, and embellished with mosaic tiles, glass, clay, shells, and rocks. The Watts Towers are truly unique and receive cultural heritage monument status from the city of Los Angeles in 1963. Like the community, the Watts Towers have a strong foundation and recycles different types of materials to create something breathtakingly beautiful. The Watts Towers Art Center is a guardian of the Watts Towers. It provides programs designed for cultural enrichment and museum and art education to the Los Angeles community and the world at large. With the recent adoption of the South Los Angeles and Southeast Los Angeles community plans, the Watchtowers Arts Center community will continue to shine and serve as the pulse of the community.
You're arriving at Los Angeles International Airport in beautiful Southern California. One of the first things you will see as you are landing is the ever-iconic LAX theme building. The LAX theme building is a modern icon and recognized worldwide as the space-age landmark of one of the world's youngest and most influential cities. Designed by architectural firm Piera and Lucca, the building was completed in 1961 and features an observation deck and the Bob Hope USO. The spider-like appearance of the building is a playful and futuristic design illusion, created by topping 4 steel reinforced concrete legs with stucco. The building received cultural historic status from the city of Los Angeles for its distinguishing characteristics, which are valuable to the study of that period's style and method of construction. It is also an example of mid-century modern Googie architecture. The LAX theme building serves as the symbolic gateway to Los Angeles, and the futuristic design is intended to convey new prosperity and the embrace of technological innovation. It has been and continues to be a constant reminder of Los Angeles' drive to be the city of tomorrow.
Not sure who to contact in Los Angeles when you have to request bulky item pickup, graffiti removal, report animal-related services, notify the city of illegal dumping, pothole repair, street sweeping, find city resources, pay your LADWP bill, and so on and so on and so on. Well, thanks to the updated MyLA 311 app, you have the answer to all your questions in the palm of your hand. Just visit the App Store on iOS or the Google Play Store on Android and download the free MyLA 311 app. How does it work? Well, let's take a bulky item for example. It's way too big to fit in your car, right? Just open up the app, touch the Create a Service Request tab, and this takes you to the Create Service Request page. Under Popular Service Request, right on top of the list is bulky items. Touch the tab and a new window opens up. If the item does not belong to you, touch the No button and fill out the required information. Check this out. You can hold and drag to move the pin or enter the street address or intersection below. Moving the pin is handy when the location needed does not quite match up to the nearest address or intersection, such as along park trails, the LA River, or on vacant lots. Hit the Done button when you are ready to move forward. Our new MyLA 311 system will now inform you of other open service requests at the same location to avoid taking duplicate requests. Next, touch Details. You'll notice there's quite a selection of bulky items to choose from. Once the item and quantity are selected, you can help us by providing even further details by touching the Select location of the item. You can even add more than one item to this service request. Once all the items are added, touch Done. If you haven't registered for an account, we'll talk more about that in just a bit. You can enter your contact info or choose to submit anonymously. Next, you can add a photo by taking one using the app or by using an existing picture on your phone. It's especially helpful to city departments if you include comments about hard-to-find locations such as next to this address in the vacant lot under the palm tree. You'll notice a targeted service date has just been added. This is the date you will need to have your bulky items out on the curb by 5 a.m., if not out already. Then, all you need to do is hit submit and confirm your service request, and you're done. A service request number will pop up. From here, you can create another request for this or another location, return to the home page, or exit the app. But before you go, you'll see we provided the information of the appropriate agency handling your specific request. This will help you follow up if necessary. Let's go back to the home page to check out some more details. Now, in order to view your service request, you first have to log on or register for an account. If you have an LADWP online account, you can use that login information. If not, you can still create your own MyLA 311 account. The process is very similar to most online accounts. You can also find city facilities near your current location by selecting the City Info icon. You can either enter an address or touch the funnel icon to narrow or expand your search. Simply select the areas or services you are looking for and then touch the icons that pop up on the map. You can look up information about city services from our City Services directory. Other options include city bill pay and even viewing city social media feeds using City Hall News. Now, if you prefer to use the service from your computer, simply go to lacity.org and click the 311 icon and then select your choice from the menu. MyLA 311. It puts the power of City Hall in your hands.
Not it, not it. Again? Hey, Dad. Dad.
There are other ways of saving money and energy around your house. Did you know that LADWP is now offering cash rebates for you to retrofit your home to be more energy and water efficient? It's good for California, and it's good for Dad. Let's make California a better place to live, starting with our homes. To get your rebates, go to www.ladwp.com/save.
Not it, not it.
My name is Ken Pratt, Deputy Executive Officer for Metro. Welcome to Union Station. Welcome to Union Station, the transportation hub in the heart of Los Angeles. This is your stop for LA history, art, and culture at the largest multimodal passenger terminal in the western United States. For millions of people traveling to and through the city of Los Angeles by train, Union Station will be a stop along their journey. Since opening in 1939, the Los Angeles Union Station has been regarded as the last of the great train stations. It is also considered one of LA's architectural gems, featuring a Mission Moderne style, an innovative blend of Spanish colonial, Mission Revival, and Art Deco architecture. Designed by a father-son architect team, John and Donald Parkinson, Union Station was created with the California lifestyle in mind. Union Station offers a spacious ticket concourse that includes a 110-foot-long American black walnut ticket counter, a waiting room with 40-foot windows adorned with brass, massive Art Deco chandeliers, inlaid marble floors, hand-painted Mission tiles, and expansive shaded patios, towering palm trees, and a 100-foot clock tower. These architectural features, along with its history and cultural significance, have helped Union Station receive Historic Cultural Monument designation from the City of Los Angeles in 1972 and recognition by the National Register of Historic Places in 1980. Today, Union Station is more than just a transportation center. It is an experience for both visitors and commuters. It is home to the Trax Restaurant, one of the city's most unique formal culinary experiences, and the Imperial Western Beer Company and Streamliner Bar. as well as a variety of casual eateries. Artwork from locally renowned artists can also be seen throughout the station. Take the Metro or the Dash and enjoy the sights, bites, and culture of this architectural marvel and Los Angeles landmark. I am Ken Pratt, Deputy Executive Officer with Metro, and I invite you to come and discover Union Station.
The 2020 census is here, and no matter who you are or where you come from, if you live in the United States, you need to fill out the questionnaire and be counted. You have 3 ways to do it: online, over the phone, or by mail. For more information, visit census.lacity.org. El Censo 2020 está aquí y todos necesitamos llenar el cuestionario para obtener la financiación y la representación que merecemos. Es fácil participar en el conteo. Hay 3 formas de hacerlo: en línea, sobre el teléfono o por correo. Para obtener más información sobre el censo, visite nuestro sitio web.
Many Angelenos are rightfully concerned about paying the rent. I want you to know that the city is here to help you. I signed the ordinance passed by the Los Angeles City Council, providing an emergency eviction moratorium for both residential and commercial tenants. The money owed by tenants won't magically disappear. As we rise to this moment, let us set our sights on the horizon, that we will march towards, and each one of us can say, looking back in these very darkest days, that we didn't picture how bad things would be in the future. We kept our eyes affixed on the hope and the help and the light that remains ahead. Tonight, I want to talk to you a little bit about protective face coverings. We are now recommending that Angelenos use homemade face coverings when they are in public and interacting with others. This isn't an excuse to suddenly all go out. You need to stay at home. But there's another group of people, the frontline workers. These are first responders, doctors, nurses, medical technicians. This is an N95 mask. This could save a doctor or nurse their life. And when the crisis gets worse, the last thing we want is for them not to have the life-saving equipment that they need so they can keep saving our lives. This will be the look. So let me lead as mayor and let people know this is how we're going to be seeing each other. With restaurants now exclusively serving takeout and delivery, that shift means that we need more quick loading zones. So tonight, I'd like to announce that our Department of Transportation is launching a new service to install temporary food pickup parking zones near restaurants. You can find the application at ladot.lacity.org/pickup zone. New signs will be supplied, installed free of charge, near restaurants and other food providers that apply and get approval. We want to do everything to keep these restaurants alive, and I encourage you, order from a nearby restaurant. I want to thank LA Unified School District for all that they continue to do to provide nutrition. LAUSD operates 63 grab-and-go food centers at school sites, and yesterday, for instance, distributed more than 435,000 meals. Well done, and thank you on behalf of a grateful county. It doesn't matter whether you're an LAUSD student, it doesn't matter whether you go to public or independent schools, you can avail yourselves of this, and there is food for everyone. So go to achieve.lausd.org
.net/resources to find out where those locations are closest to you.
We recognize that in times of stress, that family violence can increase. We want to hear from victims of violent crime, and we want to remind every victim, every survivor, that we have a place for you. You do not have to be home. You do not have to be secluded or isolated with someone who is committing violence upon you.
We have expanded our domestic violence services and beds in this period to be ready for anybody who needs a safe place to be. And for anybody who is stuck in a situation of domestic violence and may fear picking up a phone where you are, you can use your phone now to text 911. We're one of the first jurisdictions in the country to have that, and you can text the help that you need, and we will make sure that you get what you need. We promise that we will get through this together.
The remainder of the school year will be completed in the current remote fashion, and we will hold summer school in a similar manner. At least for now. Francis Suavillo, the student representative on Los Angeles Unified's school board, has been leading a group of students at my request to come up with recommendations on how we appropriately celebrate what, for the class of 2020, has been a lifetime of hard work. Please text NEED to 76278 or visit lastudentsmostinneed.org if you're able to help. We will not reopen school facilities until state and local health authorities tell us how it is safe and appropriate to do so.
We do need to begin to think about how we will reopen the economy. There's so much suffering going on out there. They don't know if they'll be able to feed the family. They don't know if they'll be able to make the rent. They don't know if they're going to get through this, even if COVID-19 doesn't get them. And no matter when we promise assistance from Washington, we know that it simply won't be enough. You can sign up at hcid.lacity.org, and you can call 213-252-3040. So much of what we're doing is focused on the immediate impacts of COVID-19, how it's affecting our health, our safety, our economic security. But we can't stop thinking about the investments we need to support the health of our communities over the long run. So I want to reinforce one thing tonight, that if you're at home and you don't know what to do tonight, and you haven't done it yet, fill out the census.
Who should be counted in the 2020 census?
Everybody.
Everybody. Everyone. Everybody. Obviously.
This is probably the most important duty because it projects your voice.
Every single person counts.
Right now, around the nation, we have about 49.4% of households that have already responded. Here in LA, only 40% of us have filled that census out. So please go to census.gov and fill it out now. In emergencies like this, those dollars that we get to save the lives and the livelihoods of people depend on how many people they say are here. Don't give that money away to another part of the country. Make sure that you're counted. Los Angeles reacted swiftly to COVID-19, and that quick response also extended to our budget. Myself and my staff included, even as I have declared, though, a state of fiscal emergency, we will not compromise on those things that you depend on government delivering. We will not compromise on our response to COVID-19, not one fewer test, not one fewer paramedic getting you to the hospital when you need to be delivered. Let me be clear, investments that keep our neighborhoods safe, that keep our streets clean, that keep our families housed, that keep our children and our seniors fed, these are not open for compromise or cut. There's nothing I care more about than the services that we provide. I've dedicated my life to that. And every single dollar I could ever find, I know what the impact is on the streets of LA. If we say that this money isn't there, it's because it's not there, and you deserve that truth. I've never before hesitated to assure you that our city is strong, but I won't say those words tonight. Our city is under attack. Our daily life is unrecognizable. Our city is hurting. We are grieving our dead. But we are not broken. Our city is ready. So the real question, the real test, is how we will come back. Our hearts, Los Angeles, are stronger than ever, and we are the city of angels, and we will fly again.
There are things in every city that speaks to the heart and soul of every community. In San Francisco, it is the Golden Gate Bridge. In Chicago, it's the Beam. In New York, it is the Statue of Liberty. In South Los Angeles, it's the Watts Towers. Hi, my name is Rosie Lee Hooks. I'm director of the Watts Towers Arts Center campus. Come visit the Watts Towers Arts Center campus, where you'll see exhibitions, the Watts Towers of Simon Ordia, our garden studio with turtles and tortoises and California natives. This massive man-made sculpture is made of steel, covered with mortar, and embellished with mosaic tiles, glass, clay, shells, and rocks. The Watts Towers are truly unique and receive cultural heritage monument status from the city of Los Angeles in 1963. Like the community, the Watts Towers have a strong foundation and recycles different types of materials to create something breathtakingly beautiful. The Watts Towers Art Center is a guardian of the Watts Towers. It provides programs designed for cultural enrichment and museum and art education to the Los Angeles community and the world at large. With the recent adoption of the South Los Angeles and Southeast Los Angeles community plans, the Watts Towers Art Center community will continue to shine and serve as the pulse of the community.
You're arriving at Los Angeles International Airport in beautiful Southern California. One of the first things you will see as you are landing is the ever-iconic LAX theme building. The LAX theme building is a modern icon and recognized worldwide as the space-age landmark of one of the world's youngest and most influential cities. Designed by architectural firm Piera and Luckman, the building was completed in 1961 and features an observation deck in the Bob Hope USO. The spider-like appearance of the building is a playful and futuristic design illusion, created by topping 4 steel reinforced concrete legs with stucco. The building received cultural historic status from the city of Los Angeles for its distinguishing characteristics, which are valuable to the study of that period's style and method of construction. It is also an example of mid-century modern Googie architecture. The LAX theme building serves as the symbolic gateway to Los Angeles, and the futuristic design is intended to convey new prosperity and the embrace of technological innovation. It has been and continues to be a constant reminder of Los Angeles' drive to be the city of tomorrow.
Not sure who to contact in Los Angeles when you have to request bulky item pickup, graffiti removal, report animal-related services, notify the city of illegal dumping, pothole repair, street sweeping, find city resources, pay your LADWP bill, and so on and so on and so on. Well, thanks to the updated MyLA 311 app, you have the answer to all your questions in the palm of your hand. Just visit the App Store on iOS or the Google Play Store on Android and download the free MyLA 311 app. How does it work? Well, let's take a bulky item, for example. It's way too big to fit in your car, right? Just open up the app, touch the Create a Service Request tab, and this takes you to the Create Service Request page. Under Popular Service Request, right on top of the list is bulky items. Touch the tab and a new window opens up. If the item does not belong to you, touch the No button and fill out the required information. Check this out. You can hold and drag to move the pin or enter the street address or intersection below. Moving the pin is handy when the location needed does not quite match up to the nearest address or intersection, such as along park trails, the LA River, or on vacant lots. Hit the Done button when you are ready to move forward. Our new MyLA 311 system will now inform you of other open service requests at the same location to avoid taking duplicate requests. Next, touch Details. You'll notice there's quite a selection of bulky items to choose from. Once the item and quantity are selected, you can help us by providing even further details by touching the Select location of the item. You can even add more than one item to this service request. Once all the items are added, touch Done. If you haven't registered for an account, we'll talk more about that in just a bit. You can enter your contact info or choose to submit anonymously. Next, you can add a photo by taking one using the app or by using an existing picture on your phone. It's especially helpful to city departments if you include comments about hard-to-find locations such as next to this address in the vacant lot under the palm tree. You'll notice a targeted service date has just been added. This is the date you will need to have your bulky items out on the curb by 5 a.m., if not out already. Then, all you need to do is hit submit and confirm your service request, and you're done. A service request number will pop up. From here, you can create another request for this or another location, return to the home page, or exit the app. But before you go, you'll see we provided the information of the appropriate agency handling your specific request. This will help you follow up if necessary. Let's go back to the home page to check out some more details. Now, in order to view your service request, you first have to log on or register for an account. If you have an LADWP online account, you can use that login information. If not, you can still create your own MyLA 311 account. The process is very similar to most online accounts. You can also find city facilities near your current location by selecting the City Info icon. You can either enter an address or touch the funnel icon to narrow or expand your search. Simply select the areas or services you are looking for and then touch the icons that pop up on the map. You can look up information about city services from our City Services directory. Other options include city bill pay and even viewing city social media feeds using City Hall News. Now, if you prefer to use the service from your computer, simply go to lacity.org and click the 311 icon and then select your choice from the menu. MyLA 311. It puts the power of City Hall in your hands.
Not it. Not it. Again? Hey, Dad. Dad.
There are other ways of saving money and energy around your house. Did you know that LADWP is now offering cash rebates for you to retrofit your home to be more energy and water efficient? It's good for California, and it's good for Dad. Let's make California a better place to live, starting with our homes. To get your rebates, go to www.ladwp.com/save.
Not it. Not it.
My name is Ken Pratt, Deputy Executive Officer for Metro. Welcome to Union Station. Welcome to Union Station, the transportation hub in the heart of Los Angeles. This is your stop for LA history, art, and culture at the largest multimodal passenger terminal in the western United States. For millions of people traveling to and through the city of Los Angeles by train, Union Station will be a stop along their journey. Since opening in 1939, the Los Angeles Union Station has been regarded as the last of the great train stations. It is also considered one of LA's architectural gems, featuring a Mission Moderne style, an innovative blend of Spanish colonial, Mission Revival, and Art Deco architecture. Designed by a father-son architect team, John and Donald Parkinson, Union Station was created with the California lifestyle in mind. Union Station offers a spacious ticket concourse that includes a 110-foot-long American black walnut ticket counter, a waiting room with 40-foot windows adorned with brass, massive Art Deco chandeliers, inlaid marble floors, hand-painted Mission tiles, and expansive shaded patios, towering palm trees, and a 100-foot clock tower. These architectural features, along with its history and cultural significance, have helped Union Station receive Historic Cultural Monument designation from the City of Los Angeles in 1972 and recognition by the National Register of Historic Places in 1980. Today, Union Station is more than just a transportation center. It is an experience for both visitors and commuters. It is home to the Trax Restaurant, one of the city's most unique formal culinary experiences, and the Imperial Western Beer Company and Streamliner Bar, as well as a variety of casual eateries. Artwork from locally renowned artists can also be seen throughout the station. Take the Metro or the Dash and enjoy the sights, bites, and culture of this architectural marvel and Los Angeles landmark. I am Ken Pratt, Deputy Executive Officer with Metro, and I invite you to come and discover Union Station.
The 2020 census is here, and no matter who you are or where you come from, if you live in the United States, you need to fill out the questionnaire and be counted. You have 3 ways to do it: online, over the phone, or by mail. For more information, visit census.lacity.org. El Censo 2020 está aquí y todos necesitamos llenar el cuestionario para obtener la financiación y la representación que merecemos. Es fácil participar en el conteo. Hay 3 formas de hacerlo: en línea, sobre el teléfono o por correo. Para obtener más información sobre el censo, visite nuestro sitio web.
Many Angelenos are rightfully concerned about paying the rent. I want you to know that the city is here to help you. I signed the ordinance passed by the Los Angeles City Council, providing an emergency eviction moratorium for both residential and commercial tenants. The money owed by tenants won't magically disappear. As we rise to this moment, let us set our sights on the horizon that we will march towards, and each one of us can say, looking back in these very darkest days, that we didn't picture how bad things would be in the future. We kept our eyes affixed on the hope and the help and the light that remains ahead. Tonight, I want to talk to you a little bit about protective face coverings. We are now recommending that Angelenos use homemade face coverings when they are in public and interacting with others. This isn't an excuse to suddenly all go out. You need to stay at home. But there's another group of people, the frontline workers. These are first responders, doctors, nurses, medical technicians. This is an N95 mask. This could save a doctor or nurse their life. And when the crisis gets worse, the last thing we want is for them not to have the life-saving equipment that they need so they can keep saving our lives. This will be the look. So let me lead as mayor and let people know this is how we're going to be seeing each other. With restaurants now exclusively serving takeout and delivery, that shift means that we need more quick loading zones. So tonight, I'd like to announce that our Department of Transportation is launching a new service to install temporary food pickup parking zones near restaurants. You can find the application at ladot.lacity.org/pickup zone. New signs will be supplied, installed free of charge, near restaurants and other food providers that apply and get approval. We want to do everything to keep these restaurants alive, and I encourage you, order from a nearby restaurant. I want to thank LA Unified School District for all that they continue to do to provide nutrition. LAUSD operates 63 grab-and-go food centers at school sites, and yesterday, for instance, distributed more than 435,000 meals. Well done, and thank you on behalf of a grateful county. It doesn't matter whether you're an LAUSD student, it doesn't matter whether you go to public or independent schools, you can avail yourselves of this, and there is food for everyone. So go to achieve.lausd.net/resources to find out where those locations are
closest to you.
Back to open session, so give us a minute.
Pepe!
Joe, are you there by yourself now? Is everybody gone?
What up,
Oh, the
Pepe?
DOC. The DOC.
Councilman Bill, how are you?
Oh, there's Pepe. Hey, Pepe.
There he is.
So just a quick question. Are they rewriting what the scope of LA San does for a living? Crazy.
Good to see you, Mr. Garcia. Bye-bye.
So, Madam President, I'll just note that there's nothing to report coming out of closed session.
Okay, thank you very much. Are we ready to go? Back in open session. Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk, call the roll. We're back in open session.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
On and aye.
I think it's here, not I.
Yeah, here, there, everywhere.
It's late. It's aye here.
Buscaino.
Here, still.
Cedillo.
Still here.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, present.
Came in.
Weezer.
Here.
Koretz.
Here.
Krikorian.
Here.
Lee.
Here.
Martinez.
Here.
O'Farrell.
Present.
Price.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Rue.
Here.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye here.
15 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
Okay, Madam Clerk, what's before us now? Madam Clerk, what's before us now?
There have been some verbal motions introduced.
Okay, you want to read those into the record?
Yes. The first one is a motion by Councilmember Bonin, and it is requesting the office of the mayor, using his expanded powers under the COVID-19 state of emergency, establish a social housing program that could use federal funds to purchase or long-term lease privately owned properties, including hotels, motels, vacant properties, and distressed properties to provide housing for Angelinos. Is there a second for this?
Second.
Mr. Koretz has seconded that. Okay, next motion.
Next is also another motion by Councilmember Bonin. And this requests the Chief Legislative Analyst, City Administrative Officer, and the City of Los Angeles Department of Convention and Tourism Development to report back with a list of all hotels listed by council district in the City of Los Angeles that have received public subsidy tax breaks or economic development incentives and other items. Is there a second to this?
I will second Mr. Bonin's motion. Next motion.
Next is a motion from Councilmember Koretz, and that is to instruct the Housing and Community Investment Department to prepare key amendments to the eviction defense program.
I think we won the argument tonight.
Including but not limited to the authority to enter into a sole source contract to deploy pre-eviction and legal eviction services by public legal and nonprofit providers and other related actions. Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, Mr. Wu will second it. Next motion.
Next is a motion by Councilmember Koretz, and it is regarding directing the Emergency Management Department to include in its list of essential emergency city services, which shall continue during the COVID-19 crisis, all efforts consistent with city policy to reduce greenhouse gas and toxic emissions, including but not limited building renewable energy projects and other related items. Is there a second?
Sure, I'll second it.
Mr. Wu will second that. Is there another motion? This is the final
The
one?
last motion is by Mr. Koretz, and it is directing the Emergency Management Department in consultation with the Los Angeles County Health Department and for enforcement options, the Los Angeles Police Department, Building and Safety, and City Attorney to report back as soon as possible on identified outbreak hotspots in or affecting the city, options for mitigating the spread of COVID-19 virus with improved protocols addressing each of these hotspots, and mechanisms for first educating offenders and then ensuring compliance. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Blumenfield. Is that it?
Yes, that clears the desk.
Okay, what's next?
Madam President, that clears the desk. There's the motions are for posting referrals. These motions will be posted on the clerk's website shortly after the meeting for the public's viewing. Now the desk is clear.
Mr. Koretz? Mr. Koretz, are you there?
No, I think my issues have all been taken care of.
Okay, thank you. Mr. O'Farrell?
I have an adjourning motion, Madam President.
Okay, we're going to move on to adjourning motions. I thought I had two requests. Mr. Lee, did you have an adjourning motion?
No, I have just an announcement to make. So
Okay,
if you
let's
want
go
me to do
ahead.
that after or before.
Okay, let's go ahead and make your announcement, Mr. Lee, before I do adjourning motions.
Sure. I just want to announce to everybody that we are having a telethon. CD12 is sponsoring a telethon this weekend. It's on abc7.com. We've got over 70 artists who are stay-at-home Angelinos performing, songs for us. We got people like Smokey Robinson, Carole King, Rick Springfield. All the 100% of the proceeds will be going to the mayor's fund, not just to District 12, so it's for all of the city of Los Angeles. So if you join us at abc7.com on Saturday, it's starting at 2 p.m. And just encourage people to donate generously. That's it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Any other announcements, members? Mr. Rue, did you have an announcement?
No, I was just going to join Councilman O'Farrell's adjournment.
Okay, Mr. O'Farrell?
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, a real icon that many of us knew and admired over the years has passed away, and that is none other than Lewis McAdams. Lewis McAdams, a dear friend to many of us, so I know I speak for everyone, especially anyone who has any association with the Los Angeles River. Lewis McAdams is an American poet, a journalist, a political activist. In 1986, Lewis created Friends of the Los Angeles River, FOLAR, for a 40-year artwork to bring the Los Angeles River back to life. In the years since, FOLAR has become the river's most important and influential advocate, with an e-newsletter and social media that reaches over 60,000 people. Among FOLAR's many projects are La Gran Limpieza, the Great Los Angeles River Cleanup, the largest urban river cleanup in the United States, one that I've been participating in since 2003 myself. The Frog Spot, a summer-length riverfront cabaret that has welcomed nearly 40,000 visitors, a collaboration with the Aquarium of the Pacific, a K-12 river school, outdoor education curriculum, the Los Angeles River Rover, which has been to City Hall many times, especially when we do River Day, which is a 38-foot recreational vehicle designed as a mobile classroom, and the first reports on legal access to fishing in the Los Angeles River. His pamphlet, D-Town Visions, Building a City That the River Can Be Proud Of, was published at the beginning of 2008 by the Natural Resources Defense Council. Friends of the LA River was able to organize and lead multi-ethnic, multiracial, multi-class coalitions that stopped major riverfront industrial developments, leading to the creation of a pair of state parks in the Cornfield and the Taylor Yard rail yards. Lewis McAdams is an environmental hero and a legend in Los Angeles. He will always be our spirit guide on the revitalization of the Los Angeles River. His poetry is a testament to the peace and serenity of nature at our city's urban core. Where others saw a concrete channel, Lewis saw incredible beauty and resiliency. He knew the river's potential because he understood its past. As the founder of Friends of the Los Angeles River, he helped us see the river as a centerpiece for the city's renaissance. His life's work provides the foundation of our resolve to continue restoring the river's habitat and bringing people closer to nature. I cherished my friendship with Lewis McAdams. I chose the LA River as the site of my first inauguration in 2013, and Lewis recited a beautiful, original poem, and I will never forget that moment. For his 70th birthday, I returned the favor, knowing that Lewis would at least appreciate the effort. His stewardship and pioneering efforts at the river has made all of its successes in the past 30 years possible, and we will never forget his contributions. Lewis McAdams died of complications related to Parkinson's disease on Tuesday, April 21st, at a healthcare facility in Los Angeles, but he had been living in the 13th district for the past 4 years or so. He is survived by his brother Alan, his sister Kathy, sons Ocean, Will and Tori, his daughter Natalia, and his companion Sissy Boyd. And one other little anecdote, little story about Lewis. When we went to Washington, D.C. back in 2013 to get support for this ambitious $1 billion plus river improvement fund through Congress, Mr. Blumenfield, Mr. Cedillo, myself, a few others of us were in Washington, D.C., and we organized a meeting with Senator Dianne Feinstein. And I remember Bob and myself kind of making the spiel and introducing the delegation and conveying the details of the ask. And then I said, and Senator Feinstein, I'd like Mr. Lewis McAdams to close. He waxed poetic about the LA River and had Senator Feinstein eating out of the palm of his hand. And so he, just the power of who he was, the fact that he represented the river and all of its potential, all of its beauty, all of its complexities, really is what enabled Senator Feinstein to get fully on board. Lewis McAdams sealed the deal for us at that meeting, and I'll never forget that moment either. God rest his soul, he leaves so many admirers and mentees, and I hope that I can count myself among them. And he will be sorely missed, already is, but his legacy is incredible, and we're all much better off for it. And the river has such incredible potential because of the work that he did and the work that he's inspiring all of us to continue. Rest in peace, Lewis. We love you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Farrell. Mr. Rue?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Councilman O'Farrell, for all of the your eloquent words. I just wanted to join on because, you know, Lewis McAdams, as everyone knows, was a very fierce champion for the LA River. And, he was a poet, an activist, and an inspiration to many Angelenos. And it all started with when he just cut a hole in a chain link fence and started a movement to return our city to its river and to our roots. He declared that the river should be open, shared, and enjoyed by everyone. And that's how the Friends of the LA River was born. Of course, he led the organization for decades. And we all know FOLAR has mobilized over 50,000 volunteers who work tirelessly to advocate for a cleaner river and a healthier city for all Angelenos. I remember he would never miss, irrespective of how he was doing, he would never miss the annual Great LA River Cleanup. And I had the opportunity to see him at his park, and we had a good chat. And I just want to end with what I remember, what's on his statue, his famous quote, where it says, "If it's not impossible, I'm not interested." So may Lewis will be sorely missed, and may he rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you both. Mr. O'Farrell, if you don't mind adding me to that adjourning motion, sir. You and I have spoke at length about Mr. McAdams and what he meant, not only the river, but to all Angelenos, and his amazing legacy will live on. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure and honor, and not at all. In fact, many of us probably would want to be on this adjourning motion.
We should do that, yes. We should include all. Thank you for that. Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam President. Today, I ask that we adjourn in memory of Arturo Franco. Colleagues, as many of you are aware, as I've shared with you about the tragic accident that occurred on Friday in Sylmar at one of our local food pantries in my district. Today, I adjourn in the memory of Arturo and thank all the volunteers in my district and throughout the city who are leaving their homes to serve others, particularly our most vulnerable families and individuals during this difficult time. Arturo Franco was a loving husband, son, brother, uncle, and friend, as well as a devoted volunteer. He was born in Totolan, Jalisco, Mexico, on September 17, 1961, to Arturo Franco Cortez and Maria Teresa Franco. He immigrated to Los Angeles in 1978 with his mother, leaving behind his father and 6 siblings, and settled in the San Fernando Valley. Arturo was the oldest of 6. He provided for his younger siblings and father back home, and brought his siblings to Los Angeles after the death of his father in 1984. He met the love of his life, Maria Teresa Chavez, and married her in 1996. Arturo worked for over 30 years in the glass industry. Although medical conditions prohibited him from working the past few years, he would donate his time whenever he felt well and wherever he could, including at the Valley Hunger Relief in Sylmar. Arturo volunteered with Valley Hunger Relief for 3 years, starting in 2017. He loved volunteering at the Valley Hunger Relief because he knew he was making a difference in the life of the most vulnerable in our community. He genuinely wanted to help the community and make a positive difference in the lives of others. Arturo had a bright smile, warm personality, and a friendly handshake. He was happy and grateful for his blessings. He was always asking what more he could do to be helpful. He was a leader among the volunteers and did not cut corners when preparing the boxes. He made sure all the boxes included every item and enough food for the families of the community. He would say to the volunteers, "We must make the boxes as if it was for one of us. If one thing is missing from the boxes, it is something the people will need and can't get." He was also thoughtful with his fellow volunteers, always thinking about how he could better prepare the boxes so it would be easier for them to load and carry. Arturo was a big fan of Chivas soccer team, and liked to watch them play any opportunity that he could. He and his wife loved spending time together, visiting family members who lived nearby and going out for a walk or to dinner. Arturo was a hardworking, kind, thoughtful, and inspiring person. And my deepest condolences to his wife, Teresa, siblings Gerardo, Alberto, Juan Carlos, Javier, Maria, and Maribel, his friends, and his Valley Hunger Relief family, including Pastor Mesa. He will be greatly missed. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Madam Clerk, there is another motion that had just needs to be verbally introduced.
Yes, Madam President. There is a verbal motion by Councilmember Harris Dawson, and it is to reinstate for an additional period of 6 months the reward offer related to the murder of Aaron Choice. And I understand the second is you, Council President.
Yes, I will second that. Are there any others? Okay, any other announcements and adjourning motions, members? If not, thank you very much. Our meeting is adjourned. Have a good evening.
Thank you.